It is the Essex captain, Tom Wesley, who has come to the crease. We did see Simon Harmer come in at number 3 in that kind of night watchman role, albeit not one we usually see from him. But he came in, and his wicket was the final action that we saw on day 2. He went for 12, so...
yeah, he gloved a Overton bouncer, and it just looped to Casey Aldridge at second slip.
And here's Craig Overton, who continues his over. That one's left outside the off stump by Wesley. Overton with both of those wickets, as Anthony was saying. Gives Somerset a bit of a boost at the end of day 2 to see what they can do on day 3. For Essex, they will have their eyes on getting to that second batting bonus point with the relegation fears still around. We'll keep our eyes on what's going on between Yorkshire and Durham, and the game involving Surrey and Hampshire. Hampshire and Durham, the sides looking over their shoulder as that one's defended back up the pitch by Wesley for no run. Durham are currently the side who sit in the relegation zone alongside already relegated Worcestershire. That's the final couple of balls of Craig Overton's over, and Essex remain on 295 for 2.
Yes, I think it should be a rather more comfortable day for the Somerset fielders than it was yesterday in the almost unbroken sunshine that we enjoyed. It wasn't that hot because there was quite a breeze blowing across the ground from east to west, but I can't say that the Somerset camp were exactly looking forward to fielding today. It's facing a long day in the field potentially. It's going to be the Somerset skipper, Lewis Gregory, to bowl the first over from the Graham Gooch end, with Tom Kohler-Cadmore at first slip and Craig Overton at second slip. I was slightly alarmed to see Tom Kohler-Cadmore practising his bowling this morning.
We could see it all in the last couple of days, couldn't we?
Hope it doesn't quite come to that. Here's Gregory in to bowl to Elgar, who steers this to Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point, who I interviewed at close of play yesterday after his century. Exactly 100 runs he scored. Only came into the side for these last 3 games of the county championship season, having been kept out by Tom Banton in the other 11 games. But he certainly made his marks, averaging 62 in those 3 games. As Gregory round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who steers this away out to Josh Thomas, who's fielding in front of the pavilion at deep mid-wicket, to the left-hander, and he'll come into cover point for the right-handed Tom Wesley.
It's been good to see from Dean Elgar. It's just moved on to 112, but he got 150 in the last game here at Chelmsford against Durham, and it was just good to see him looking comfortable and finding some form, because as he's admitted, he probably hasn't felt his best at times in the earlier parts of the season.
Here's Gregory coming over the wicket to the right-handed Tom Wesley. He's in and bowls, and Wesley comes half forward and plays it to Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket. All of the Somerset fielders are wearing either short-sleeved or long-sleeved sweaters, except for Archie Vaughan, who is at extra cover. Just got his Somerset cricket shirt.
It's the youngsters for you, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's Gregory in and bowls to Wesley, who cuts this away through the offside. Josh Thomas in hot pursuit, and he's going to bring it in just inside the boundary in front of the pavilion, with some assistance from Archie Vaughan, and they come through for 3 runs. Good wholehearted piece of fielding by 2 of Somerset's younger cricketers. The opening partnership, in fact, Josh Thomas and Archie Vaughan. The second youngest opening partnership in Somerset's cricketing history, we think. Just beaten by Marcus Trescothick and Mark Lathwell back in 1993. as Gregory's into Elgar, who is squared up by that one, and it goes off the outside edge, just short of Craig Overton at second slip. Wasn't a chance, went quickly, but a good piece of bowling by Lewis Gregory. He had Elgar in all sorts of trouble with some late movement. I've seen the replay on that, although I'm glad to say that our monitor is functioning, as long as I don't go anywhere near it. Don't even breathe on it.
Don't touch it.
Gregory in and bowls and goes past Elgar's outside edge. Well, some early signs of hope for Somerset's bowlers, with that outside edge falling just short of Craig Overton. Then the very next ball, Lewis Gregory beating Elgar outside his off stump. Just the 4 runs have been added this morning. It's 299 for 2.
Just felt that in the evening session last night as well, after Dean Elgar made his 100, that it just felt like he wanted to get to the close of play, and particularly with those wickets falling around him as well. Just felt there was maybe something that he was keen to get away from. As in comes Overton. That one's defended with a straight bat by Wesley for no run.
Yes, for most of the Essex innings, hardly a ball had gone past the outside edge or caused any difficulty. But just in that last sort of 40 minutes of the day, Overton picked up the couple of wickets, and he went past Dean Elgar's outside edge a couple of times as well.
From the Sir Alistair Cook end, in comes Overton to Wesley, drives that one back past the bowler for no run. It's just that shot we saw from Wesley in the previous over. It didn't race along the surface. It just sort of slowed up enough, didn't it, with the fielders in pursuit as well. We just see that the outfield wasn't. If you don't catch it right, it's not racing away to the boundary, but. A nice shot all the same. Some fielding to match as Overton is in. Wesley leaves that one alone. Through for no run.
Yes, the outfield's looking a lot better than it did when I was last here in early June for the T20 doubleheader. There's still signs it's a bit pock-marked, particularly down underneath us. Some bare patches still, but it's recovered well after the drought.
Overton is on his way in, and Wesley leaves that one alone as well. There's a decent crowd around us on the river stand, the Tom Pearce to our right as well, making the most of the final couple of days of the county season. But there are definitely more coats around this morning, I would say, than I've
it's the smallest
seen
crowd
in the last
of the 3 days. We've had really good crowds the first 2 days, but the weather was rather better.
We live in hope for later on today, as Overton is in, and Wesley's edged that one, and that's gone down to third. Just a fine tickle from the Essex captain for 4 runs, first boundary of the morning, and Essex bring up the 300.
I think he meant that as well, Tom Wesley. Just opened the face on it and guided it. Well, I don't know actually. Looking at the replay, his bat was a little bit crooked.
And looking at the weather forecast, it doesn't look like there is any rain due. It's just breezy and overcast to start on this Friday morning. As Overton is in, and that one is pushed up to mid-off by Tom Wesley for no run. That's the end of the second Craig Overton over of the morning. And Essex 303 for 2.
And the main scoreboard isn't working this morning. Still got the overnight score on the board, 295 for 2. In fact, it has moved on to 303 for 2. And I was looking for Craig Overton's bowling figures. 2 for 49 at the start. They will, I think, be something like 2 for 53 after his 1 over and 2 balls. Gregory then from the Graham Gooch end to Elgar, who again is turned round, and again that flashes down wide of the slips, down to the third man boundary for 4 streaky runs. But he's looked anything but assured this morning, Dean Elgar. Not that that will bother him, he's a phlegmatic character, takes it all in his stride. Vastly experienced, of course. 2 spells with Somerset, 2013 and 2017. And there were hopes that he might come back here. When did he join Essex?
He's in the 2nd of his 3rd year.
Yeah, and when he joined Essex at the start of last season, Somerset had hopes that he might come back to Somerset, but Essex had the prior claim on him. As Gregory is in and bowls and plays around his front pad rather suspiciously up to Casey Aldridge, who's fielding at mid-on.
I think Simon Harmer might have had a bit of persuading action to do to bring Dean Elgar here.
But he was a popular character in his 2 relatively short stints with Somerset. Gregory bowls and Elgar this time defends into the offside. Koda Cadmore there at first slip with his sunglasses perched on the back of his Somerset cap with that mane of hair protruding. It's about time he had it cut, if you ask me.
Well, no, it's helping me with them all with their
well, he's
knitted.
He's hard to miss. Koda Cadmore. Gregory in and bowls, and Elgar plays this up to Casey Aldridge. Casey Aldridge, one of the 2 tallest men in this Somerset side, alongside Craig Overton. Not much to choose between them, both about 6'5" tall. And then you've got Tom Koda Cadmore at 6'2" or thereabouts. Tom Lammonby over 6 foot. Archie Vaughan is 6'2" at least, if not 6'3". This is fuller length delivery from Gregory, but again defended into the offside, and there's no run. It's a cool morning. We've got the windows open in our commentary box. Harry Everett is going to be commentating in his shorts. Good luck with that. But then he's a lot younger than some of us. Here comes Gregory to complete this over. He's in and bowls to Elgar, who again plays around his front pad into the onside, fielded by Archie Vaughan. Good over from Lewis Gregory. There was that 4 runs from it, but it was a distinctly streaky 4 off the outside edge down to the third man boundary. And at the end of it, 307 for 2. So 2 batting points so far for Essex, and they've got another 40 overs in which to add to that tally.
I think that was the marker, that getting the 2 more points, getting the 55 runs as it was at the start of the day to make it to those 3 points and hopefully ensure Division 1 cricket for next season.
Oh, I'll ask you that after this.
As Craig Overton begins a new over, he's into Wesley's shorter delivery, which is pulled and caught. And Craig Overton with his 3rd wicket of this Essex innings, caught by Josh Thomas, pulled by Tom Wesley, looking to get that shorter delivery away. Instead, it's his wicket that is gone, and Essex are 307 for 3.
Well, it's the 2nd wicket that Craig Overton has taken with the short ball. And just on to Tom Wesley a little bit more rapidly than he was expecting, and top edge and a comfortable catch to Josh Thomas. And just the start that Somerset would have been hoping for. Early wickets the key, and Craig Overton now 3 for 53.
It's been very rare in recent games that we've seen less than double figures from Tom Wesley. He's been in a fine vein of form for Essex.
Yep, leading scorer in the championship, but he hasn't added very many to his tally today.
That brings Charlie Allison out for Essex. One of the positives this season has been his development, making his first-class debut at the start of the campaign, opening the batting alongside Paul Walter at that point. But since he's dropped to his more natural position in the middle of the order, he's found much more success, and it's been good to see the runs that he's been able to make.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him back. I've seen him in the Blast, but not yet in the county championship.
He's made 3 centuries, like quite a few of the Essex batters. I think Nick was listing them off yesterday.
Essex have scored more centuries in the county championship first division this season than any other county.
And it just shows it hasn't necessarily translated. Well, there's been a lot of draws, I guess, as Overton is in again with a shorter delivery, which Allison ducks out of.
Welcome to the crease. It's good hostile bowling from Craig Overton, whose tail will be up.
Were you going to ask me a question, or was that Tom Wesley related?
Yes. How many points do Essex need to be safe, absolutely secure from relegation?
I think getting to the 3 batting bonus points as Overton is in, and that one has Allison trying to guide it down the leg side. Instead, he sends Rue driving to his left to stop it. I think getting to 350 is enough, but I do need to confirm how that is affected by what is going on elsewhere. But I think that's really the milestone that everyone's focusing on, is Essex controlling what they can control with those bonus points, as Overton is in and Allison leaves that one alone. Let's have a little waft with the bat, but nowhere near the ball.
Yeah, he's just lost his line momentarily, Craig Overton. Previous delivery was a long way down the leg side, that one a long way outside the off stump. Just needs to be making Charlie Allison, new batsman, play. Wouldn't surprise me if he gets another short one now, or perhaps a Yorker, we'll see.
In comes Overton bowling to Allison. Allison leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
Yeah,
encouragement around the field.
Long way outside the off stump. He's a warrior, Craig Overton, isn't he? He'd run in all day if you gave him half a chance.
If you let him. Shouts around the field as he makes his way into Allison. That one's edged just wide of third, and then we'll run away to the boundary for 4 runs. Similar shot to the one played by Tom Wesley just a couple of overs ago. That one goes for 4 for Charlie Allison, his first runs on the board, and Essex are 311 for 3.
Yeah, again, a little bit of width. And Allison just opening the face, let it run off a thickish edge down to third man. Lewis Gregory going to bowl his third over of the morning. 13 overs, none for 54. But he's looked as likely as any of the Somerset bowlers to take wickets And it's Dean Elgar's wicket that Somerset would really covet. Gregory's in and bowls to him, and again he's turned round by one that skews off the outside edge. Somerset have got a third man in place in Lewis Goldsworthy down there, so it's just a single. But Elgar being given a bit of a working over by Lewis Gregory this morning.
I guess the other question for Essex is whether or not we'll see Michael Pepper with the bat. Didn't see him
with his
keeping,
injured
we?
hand or finger or thumb or whatever it is. Yeah. I think the expectation yesterday was that he would bat, but whether he'll bat in his appointed position of 6 remains to be seen. Be 7 now anyway, because Simon Harmer's come in as night watchman. Here's Gregory to Allison outside the off stump. James Rew takes it with a little jump. Kohler, Cadmore and Overton are the slips. We've got Josh Thomas at backward point, Archie Vaughan at extra cover.
Oh, look at all those birds.
Starlings, I think they are. Gregory in bowls. This is driven handsomely away through the offside. Lovely shot from Charlie Allison. Just over pitched by Lewis Gregory. And Charlie Allison with a very handsome off drive. Shot of the morning.
Shot. Held the pose.
Yeah. As well he might. Charlie Allison is just 20 years old. Essex boy, born in Colchester.
Younger brother of Ben, who's done very well for Worcestershire in what's been a difficult season for them, apart from one day, of course.
Gregory to Allison outside the off stump. That one went quite sharply off the seam, but too wide for Allison to have to play a shot. Ball does seem to be doing a little bit more off this pitch than it did for most of yesterday, just in the last sort of 40-45 minutes yesterday evening. Batting became all of a sudden more difficult. But for most of certainly yesterday afternoon, when Paul Walter and Dean Elgar were putting together that record-breaking partnership, batting looked pretty easy, and a textbook forward defensive shot this time from Charlie Allison. Paul Walter's innings, 158 from just 167 deliveries with 31 fours and 3 sixes. He's a commanding figure, is tall Paul, and it was a commanding innings as well. Never really in any trouble. As Gregory bowls a intended Yorker, I think, which turns into a long half volley, but Allison doesn't time his off drive, and it's fielded by Archie Vaughan, who's practicing his forward defensive. Vaughan, who will be opening the innings with Josh Thomas when the time comes.
When the time comes.
And Somerset will be hoping it's today and not tomorrow, as Gregory's in bowls, and slightly uncertain defensive push from Charlie Allison. But 3:18 for 3 at the end of the over, with Elgar on 117 and Allison on 8.
Essex trail by 115. We are going to have a change of bowling. Craig Overton's just making his way down towards the boundary in front of us. I think he's going to depart the field temporarily. He's called on
Ben Green.
Sub.
Ben Green in his sun hat.
It's optimistic. The change of bowling to come from the Sir Alistair Cook end, Jake Ball into the attack for Somerset, replacing Craig Overton, who has picked up all 3 wickets in this Essex innings so far, figures of 3 for 57. Ball has bowled 9 overs yesterday. That first one is left alone by Elgar for no run. 45 runs off his bowling.
First time he's bowled from this end. His other overs have all been from the Graham Gooch end.
He turns on his mark. And the left-handed Dean Elgar is waiting as he whips that one off the hips down to fine leg for a single. So he moves on to 118, Essex to 319 for 3. And Elgar just coming to have a quick chat with Charlie Allison. Got an experienced former South Africa captain with the young Essex prodigy. And battered together at the top of the order again when Paul Walter had an injury earlier in the season. Allison took on that opening role as Ball is in, and that one's played into the offside for no run. I think he probably learnt a lot from opening the batting, but he's always said...
Is that where he sees his future?
No,
with Essex, or?
I think number 4 is his natural position. It's where he's used to playing. It's where he likes to play. But I think if you're offered the opportunity for your first-class debut, but it just happens that it involves opening the batting, going to say yes, aren't you? As Ball is in, and that one is played out into the offside again by Allison for no run. And I think even if it's not something you're going to take on and do regularly in the future, he certainly seems to have learnt a lot from it and taken a lot from the opportunity.
Yeah, even from what I've seen so far, it seems to have a very sound technique.
Ball goes in over the wicket, defended again by Allison, who's reaching forward for that one.
Good example of it there. Bat and pad close together, moving his head towards the pitch of the ball. Jake Ball just playing his 3rd championship match for Somerset of the season. But he's played a prominent role in the One Day Cup campaign and in the Blast.
He is in, and that one is driven. Mid-on comes to collect, so no run for that shot for Charlie Allison from the final ball of the over, 319 for 3.
Just the 1 run from the Jake Ball over, and we're going to have a bowling change at the Graham Gooch end as well, with Casey Aldridge coming into the attack for the first time this morning. Playing his last game for Somerset before leaving for Chester Street and Durham. That's a blue sky away to the south of us. Let's hope that produces some sunshine. It's not quite as gloomy as it was first thing. Hopefully we'll get some sunshine for the last day of the season, which is tomorrow. Most of the big issues have been decided. The one yet to be decided is who is going to go down from the First Division with Worcestershire, as Aldridge is in outside the off stump to Elgar. And I'm pretty sure it won't be Essex. Durham, I guess, are the favourites at the moment.
Yeah, I think it looks as if it will be Durham, but Hampshire will still be nervously looking over their shoulder at the moment, I think, won't they?
Well, Hampshire picked up a couple of Surrey wickets this morning.
Yeah.
Surrey 237 for 8. Only 136 runs behind, so it looks like Hampshire ought to win that one. Aldridge in and bowls, appeal for LBW gone. Good piece of bowling by Casey Aldridge, and the big wicket has been taken, that of Dean Elgar. Good piece of bowling bowling a full length, and Nigel Long wasting no time at all in raising the finger. Elgar looking to turn that away into the onside, playing across the line, missing it, and it looking pretty plumb. And a good start this for Somerset this morning. They've picked up 2 wickets already, including that of Dean Elgar, but well batted Dean Elgar, 118 he has made from 227 deliveries, and you can hear from the applause how much that is appreciated by this Essex crowd.
Well, he just whacked the handle of his bat on his helmet after that. He's frustrated with himself, and we talked about how he hadn't looked as comfortable this morning. A couple of balls had squared him up and just got him in a bit of a tangle, but the great innings from Dean Elgar, and particularly that partnership between him and Paul Walter yesterday for the first wicket was really good to see, and hopefully has put Essex on course for what they need from this game. We are going to update the BBC Essex listeners in the 11 o'clock news shortly with what is happening here at Chelmsford. And Matt Critchley is going to join Charlie Allison at the crease.
And I'll take the opportunity of handing over to...
Well, are you okay to hold that thought? Because we are going to be joined by guests shortly, so I don't want to... we've got a guest joining us just after 11, so I don't want to...
I'll carry on until your guest arrives.
We've got Ben Wallace from the women's setup joining us just after the 11 o'clock news, so I don't want Harry to come on and then have the shortest stint in cricket commentary history.
I'll certainly conclude this Casey Aldridge over, and well done, Casey Aldridge. And Somerset have made quite a big breakthrough this morning. 2 wickets in the space of half an hour, with 24 runs added to the overnight 295. Aldridge in and bowls to Critchley, who gets that just wide of Josh Thomas at backward point. Brings in 4 runs, but it was a slightly loose shot in the air for a time. Josh Thomas thought he might have been in business, but couldn't get down to it. Patch of blue sky getting ever nearer. Aldridge to Critchley, drives this, and it'll be cut off by Jake Ball at mid-off. Lewis Gregory just having a chat with Jack Leach, I presume it is, down out of our view, down at a wideish third man. Aldrich in and bowls to Critchley, who gets a good ball, plays it defensively back up the pitch. Being offered at a guide price of up to £750,000. Somerset with a bowling point now to go with their 3 batting points.
I'll update the BBC Essex listeners with 1 ball of this over to remain.
Taking on Somerset at the county ground in Chelmsford, and Victoria Polly is there for us.
We've had a couple of early wickets on day 3 of this county championship match between Essex and Somerset. That's following the 2 that Somerset picked up in the evening session of last night. Essex captain Tom Wesley, who came to the crease this morning, just the 7 runs added to the total for him before he was dismissed by Craig Overton. And Dean Elgar, who scored 118. He was part of that magnificent opening partnership between him and Paul Walter in the evening session yesterday, has just gone LBW to Casey Aldridge for 118. Crucially, though, Essex have picked up another batting bonus point. They'll have their eye on 350 runs, the figure that they will want to get to try and get themselves to Division 1 safety, keeping an eye on scores elsewhere as well. But Essex 323 for 4 this morning, and they are trailing here by 110 runs.
And more commentary from Victoria on the BBC Sport website and app.
That disappeared from my screen just as I was about to give that out. Jake Ball is going to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that one just pops up at Charlie Allison, drops into the pitch.
Well, there really has been a big change in this innings. The opening partnership was worth 277, so 277 for no wicket has become 323 for 4, which means that 4 wickets have fallen for the addition of just 46 runs. And Somerset right back in things.
This ball is on his way in, and Allison was trying to whip that one through the leg side. In the end, it's through to Rue for no run. And we have got Ben Wallace here with us, Anthony, so whenever you fancy yourself
I didn't spot him.
He's crept in at the back of the commentary box, so feel free to make way, and we'll be joined by Anthony, and we've got Harry Everett with us a bit later on as well, as ball is on his way into Allison, who drives that one. That'll be collected by mid-on. 323, and Allison on 8. Critchley with that boundary from his first delivery faced. He's on 4 from 4. In comes ball over the wicket to Allison, and he's shaped to play that one. It's past the outside edge of the bat, and is through for no run. So we are joined this morning by Ben Wallace. Ben is Director of Network Operations for Essex Cricket in the community. I'm going to have to read that one so I make sure it's right. But also wicket-keeper coach with the women's team as well, Ben. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have I got your titles there?
You've got it. You got it right. What it entails is quite a few things, but.
And that delivery just dropped short of second slip into Charlie Allison. I think there might have been a slap on the ground of frustration of Overton for not quite getting there on that occasion. Just gonna watch the replay, and it just drops in front of him. I don't know if it's spilled out as he goes to ground. That's another dot ball. Just got one delivery to come. His ball is on his way in to Allison, who shapes to play that one again. It's through to Rue, and encouraging signs from this Somerset bowling. And picked up a couple of wickets this morning at the end of the over. 323 for 4, and Essex trail by 110. So what have you made of what you've seen on this start of day 3, Ben? Shaped up to be interesting.
It looks like it's been nipping around a little bit this morning compared to yesterday. I think that might have just been a chance there. That might have just slipped through the fingers. But yeah, it's ball nipping around a little bit, and a few player misses, and a bit of consolidation potentially through this next period.
We're going to have Casey Aldridge to continue from the Graham Gooch end, picking up the wicket in the previous over. We've got Matt Critchley waiting, and he plays that one back to the bowler. So we'll try and have a chat about your various roles, Ben, between deliveries. We'll pause every so often to make sure we keep you up to date with the action here on the BBC Sport website and app. But can you give us in a nutshell what your roles involve?
Yeah, so from the community point of view, I look after kind of like the operational side of the community team, and mainly one of the focuses of the team that I look after is the kind of the recreational game. So making sure that we're providing support around the recreational environment.
So Aldridge is in, and Critchley plays that one back past the bowler, looking to drive it straight down the ground, but across comes the fielder to cut it off, and it's a dot ball.
Yeah, and that will obviously take into account club support, some league engagement, workforce development as well. So opportunities for the volunteer coaches, officials, administrators throughout the recreational game across the county, and then supporting with the wider operations of the team from a school delivery point of view.
As Aldridge is in, and that one's dabbed into the offside by Critchley, sets himself off for a single. Vaughan collects the ball in the field. And Essex add 1 to their total, 324 for 4.
Yeah, and then picking up on that again, so the school delivery point of view, which is looked after by our youth activation team, and then our community engagement programs as well, and then from looking after it as well from a strategic point of view with ECB relationships and relationships with some of the wider partners. From that point of view, specifically I kind of lead on the coach education side, which kind of dovetails with my interest in the women's role as well. So
Aldridge is in. That one is pulled by Allison. Has that got enough pace on it to build the fielder out in the deep? It has. He got that one past square leg and it raced away to the boundary. There was a man out in the deep, but he just wasn't close enough to stop that ball with the pace on it. And Charlie Allison gets 4 runs to add to his total. Essex on to 328 for 4.
Charlie looked like he got onto that one nice and early there, and able to put it out in front of square.
So what was your background? Was it in coaching anyway, coming into the role?
So I've been involved in cricket from a county board point of view, so a recreational cricket board point of view, from about 2012 when I started off at Hertfordshire.
As that shorter delivery is just dabbed down to third by Allison. I thought there might be a fielder out of our view, but signal for another 4 runs. It was a vacant area for that shot to be played into, and 332 for 4. Allison moves on to 16.
And then before that I was involved in sports development, local authority sports development, so I've kind of been involved in sports development for how many years is that now? 15, so to speak, and then and coaching since I was 18. Picked up my coaching qualifications and across a number of sports, and just been really kind of engaged by the...
That one's driven back to the bowler by Allison for no run.
And just the process of coaching. Played a number of sports myself, so I was fortunate to have a number of good coaches that I thought were good coaches across a number of sports, and was able to pick up kind of different ways from their ethos and their philosophies and the way they would coach their teams and players, and so I've kind of just got interested in that right from the start, really, and then have obviously continued through that with gaining coaching qualifications, and then through a number of different sports, number of different teams, and then gone on the coach education pathway as well, so into coach development and tutoring, which is find it really beneficial to provide the support for the volunteers, and some of those will go, some of those will potentially go into paid roles within their chosen field as well, so it's just very rewarding.
Start of a new over from Jake Ball at the Sir Alistair Cook end. Essex 332 for 4, and they remain that with a dot ball to start, just pushed back by Matt Critchley. Durham have picked up another wicket, by the way, in the game with Yorkshire. Yorkshire 331 for 6, so they trail Durham by 15. Ben Rain doing his best to try and fight for Durham. What were the other sports you're involved in as well?
So I played football when I was at school, and I was fortunate enough to play. Got picked for the county sides at that, and then basketball was my other sport. I played that all the way through to senior level. Played at National League level, and that's probably where I had my biggest influence of coaches, I think. Obviously played cricket through the county age group levels, and into senior Premier League cricket, and have had some coaching, some access to some good coaches around that as well. So it's they're where my other sporting kind of achievements lie.
2 dot balls to start this over, and this delivery is just turned into the leg side by Matt Critchley for a single. 333 for 4, so Essex creeping up towards that 350 mark, which they will be keen to make, and the involvement in the women's side as well. You were involved with Essex before the professional setup, but you've kind of gone into focusing with the women. Yeah,
so I was involved. Obviously, I've been here with the community role, and then I've through the coach development, and I just off by chance really, there was a kind of a bit of an opportunity to support from a wicket keeping point of view, just to really just get them more top ups through the winter.
So the ball's just pushed out into the offside for no run.
And then that's just kind of been able to just move forward a little bit from there, where I've had obviously some involvement over the summer as well with them, and just providing a little bit more support around the keepers that we've had in the squad.
Ball is in to Allison, who defends that one out into the offside. We've just had the single so far from this over from Jake Ball. We're going to just stem the runs. Essex looking to rebuild after the wickets that have been lost this morning, that of Tom Wesley and Dean Elgar. The deficit is 100 exactly for Essex now, but they definitely will have their eye on that bonus point as ball is in, and that one is edged out into the offside by Allison. He will pick out the fielder in the deep, so it will just be a single, but he'll keep the strike for the next over. 334 for 4, trailing by 99. So what's it been like the first season of professional women's cricket here at Essex?
It's been fascinating from my point of view, coming into the environment and having a look at it, obviously with the transition over from Sunrisers for the majority of the team and the staff. It's probably frustrating would have been a word to describe it. There was some really, really positive stuff and really, really positive performances that have come out of the season. And then there's obviously been those close calls and some areas to work on as well. So all in all, it's been, from my point of view, it's been fascinating to be part of the group. And then obviously there's a winter's work ahead now to prepare for the second year.
Casey Aldridge will begin a new over from the Graham Gooch end, 1 for 43 his figures, as that one is played wide a third by Charlie Allison. There is a fielder out of our view coming around on the boundary to meet the ball, and he has kept that one in play. So it will be 2 runs to the Essex score.
It's been quite good from a community side as well, just having that activation and that link around the women's game. We feel we've got a very strong women and girls presence across the recreational game in the county, and the schools work that we do and community work that we do, led by Nat and her team, and it's been really good trying to actually really activate the match days and everything around the ground into the women's games.
Aldridge is in, and that one is dabbed into the offside by Allison. Similar position, hasn't travelled as far though, and he will just pick up the single, so that will bring Matt Critchley onto strike. Allison is on 19, Essex 20 even, sorry. Essex 337 for 4. Yeah, it seems to have captured the audience with the women's games, that community feel, that junior feel as well, with the spectators that have come along to support.
Yeah, we've had a lot of good things. Obviously, from an activation point of view, we've had a number of schools in.
As Aldridge is in, and that one is clipped into the leg side towards deep square leg by Matt Critchley for a single, 338 for 4. And
that's been nice to generate an atmosphere for the team to perform in front of, and obviously then the interaction with them post game or after the game, in terms of just that role model feel for the players and the engagement of the spectators, particularly from a junior level, and then obviously that multiplies when we get into some of the community events that are held at the ground.
Aldridge in towards Allison, and that is so close to the edge of the bat. Aldridge has his hands over his face as Allison was tempted into playing at that one, maybe pulls the bat away just at the last second. It's through to Rue, but it's probably the closest we've seen. Charlie Allison has looked comfortable since coming into this Essex innings. 20 runs from 30 balls, but just ever so close there from Casey Aldridge, who is turning on his mark and making his way back in to Allison, who this time drives that one through the covers beautifully. Has it got enough pace on it to build the fielder out there? I'm not sure it has, as there is a sweeping, sliding stop out in the deep, and Essex come back for 3 runs. And that was a lovely shot there from Charlie Allison, 341 for 4. He's certainly been a highlight for Essex this season, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I mean, you look at the scorecard from most games, and there's been contributions from Charlie the whole way through. Obviously, especially since he moved back into the moved down into the middle order after the first few games.
In comes Aldridge to Critchley, who's just trying to dab that one down. Doesn't have much pace on it, and it's picked up for no run at the end of the over. With Essex keeping the scoreboard ticking over, 341 for 4, trailing by 92. So where did the wicket keeping sort of coaching role, is there a particular specialism for you in that, or was it just kind of fitting in with what was needed?
Just as a specialism. I mean, I took up wicket keeping myself and my club team when I was quite late, actually, at 18, and partly because, you know, for side reasons and balancing the side and things like that, and I've kind of then just developed into that, the keeping, and then a specialism has just really come out of that. I'm quite a bit of a, probably kind of a little bit of a wicket-keeping badger when it comes to kind of the when we look at the practices and the innovations that we can bring just to support the sessions and actually make the skill fun. You know, it's a skill where, you know, you're potentially involved in every ball of the innings, and actually, you know, from a concentration point of view, and then being able to maintain that through, just making it nice. And
the ball is in to Charlie Allison, who was having a waft at that one. It's through to Rue for no run from the first ball of the over, as the blue sky and sunshine starts to make its way over Chelmsford here. It's nice to see after the overcast morning we had.
Yeah, so it's and it's just really evolved from there, to be honest. It's like, you know, there's just trying to support people develop the fundamentals and develop their skill set in a bit of an innovative and fun way.
The ball is in, and that one is played uppishly into the offside by Allison for no run. I guess it's probably been really interesting as well across the spectrum of wicket keepers involved for Essex this season, with Amara Carr, but then Lauren Winfield-Hill coming in, and then the younger end of things with Ariana the Dauch. You've really had this sort of the all levels of experience and age groups there, really. Yeah,
it's been really, really great to work with all three of those. And
this ball is in, and that one is dabbed down towards third by Allison. There is a man to meet it on the boundary, so just the single to add to the score, 342 for 4.
And obviously we've had Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones in and around the squad as well. So been working with all four of those across the summer, which was good. And obviously when Lauren came in, it was a little bit of a different period of the season where we were much more on kind of just like game day, match day prep and everything. So interesting conversations and practices with her.
Jake Ball is over the wicket to Matt Critchley, who's driving, but only towards mid-off for a dot ball. It's just the single so far from this over.
And then the rest and the others obviously had a bit more time with, and it's been great to have some conversations and support them with, you know, any kind of developments that they wanted to make, and just in slightly innovative practices to support, you know, the concentration of those skills, and putting them in a situation where
ball is in, and that one's defended by Critchley.
And yeah, just putting them in a position where they get the opportunity to develop those skills take into a match day, where, you know, the opportunities that are there where you can, you know, you make a difference from a dismissal point of view, whether it might be just creating pressure and the ability to stand up, or whether it's you know, you do take a worldie down the leg side or something like that. So it's just really kind of finding a way that works for them.
Ball is in, and Critchley was looking to drive that one. He misses it. It's through to Rue. Ball stands with his hands in the air at the end of that over. 342 for 4.
Still nipping a little bit around about there. If you find the right areas, find the right lengths, it's still a bit of nip out there at the moment, even though the sun is trying to poke its way through from behind the clouds.
You mentioned the frustration of the season, but lots to learn, lots to take from it into next year. You know, from what the conversations I've had with Danny Warren, and I know obviously there's applications for a new head coach as well. It's a long-term project with this Essex group. Yeah,
fair. No doubt, very much a long-term project, and the pleasing part about it was some of the performances. You know, the performances there that have been both individual and a team point of view at various points.
As Aldridge is in and Allison just plays that one along the ground towards a backward point for no run.
But also obviously the learnings and within professional and elite sport there does come a lot of learnings, and it's going to be fascinating to see how we take those learnings on board and move forward, which is probably the more exciting thing really. There's obviously a very, very talented group of players and very good people.
So that one's just turned into the leg side for no run. I was just actually looking at Craig Overton because he's more in a slip position, just slightly wider of Cola Cadmore.
Yeah, it looked like they've tried something slightly different here with their cordon. Just to there's been a few runs down to into that third man region, so just a little bit of an adjustment from Somerset here, I think.
342 for 4 then, Essex trailing by 91 as Allison is in, and he has just dabbed that one wide of Overton and takes the single. So just trying to find their way around the Somerset fielding positions, adding a single to the total. And there's various plans, I guess, for players individually, and then when they come back together as a group on where they might be spending their winters.
Yeah, so various people will be jetting off here and there, and then groups will still be around for the winter. So it's
Aldridge is into Critchley, and that one is down the leg side through to root, no run.
And then so obviously a bit more planning to find out about what the scenarios are over the winter period, over the next few weeks or so. But looking forward to it.
And I'm just waiting for this next ball from Aldridge, but I'm keen to find out if there's any let up with the community side of things as well, as Aldridge is in. Quicker delivery that time, pushed up towards mid-on for no run by Matt Critchley. Does that get busier through the winter months, recreational school work as well, rather than like we see with the outdoor side of things, just going into a different phase of the season?
I think I was just talking to one of the colleagues, Arfan, earlier around the fact that the outdoor season may have finished, but from a cricketing point of view, or from a game point of view, there's almost 1,000 indoor fixtures.
It's a lovely shot by Matt Critchley, driving that one through the covers. Might have just got a finger to that one, Archie Vaughan, to slow it up. It's picked up in the deep, and they'll come through for 2 to finish the over. 300, oh no, just the one. 344 for 4. Critchley is on 8, Allison 25, trailing by 89.
Yeah, so there's potentially, with 1,000 indoor fixtures planned in kind of like the metropolitan area of the county alone, as well as the indoor fixtures that take place in kind of the central areas and north, south, and west of the county. So from a playing point of view, across both junior and senior cricket, there is going to be a fair amount of activity taking place across the winter period, and that's just from a playing point of view. We're looking at our winter programs in schools and the community street programs and ability programs are all starting. Will all be starting back up again towards the mid to end of September, October. Some of them have already potentially started, and then we look at our workforce programs, which will be underway, and our coach development program's already started for this winter block. So we've already run a foundation coach course, which is a level 1, a support coach course, and then our first level 2 starts on Saturday.
New ball has been taken by Somerset, and Jake Ball is running in with it to Matt Critchley, plays it back towards the bowler for no run. So do you get a break then?
Yeah, we get it's I find it very rewarding. It's a busy time, and we all know when we go into a career in cricket or a career in sport, is that it actually, not from a playing side, but from an administrative side and things like that, it is very busy, and you're providing services and opportunities for the people that play the game.
This ball is in, and that one is just played out into the offside by Critchley dot ball.
And again, not just the players, but those valuable volunteers, coaches, administrators, officials that actually go a long way, an awful long way to making it happen, making the game happen. And if we didn't have that, valued band of volunteers, then the amount of cricket that we can put on and support just wouldn't happen.
344 for 4 as ball is in, and that's one's wrapped Critchley on the pads as half an appeal from the Somerset field, but nothing really to trouble Matt Critchley or the umpire. And it's a dot ball. I'm just going to have a quick look at the scores elsewhere. So Yorkshire 343 for 6 against Durham, so just trailing by the 3 runs at the moment. And the game involving Hampshire, they have Surrey 257 for 9, so that's a lead of 156 at the moment. So keeping our eyes on those as ball is in, and that one's played out into the covers by Critchley, but straight to the fielder for no run. So we are yet to have any runs scored with this new ball. Essex remain 344 for 4 with the sunshine trying to come out.
Just going to be an interesting period here. It's been, with the old ball was still nipping around a little bit this morning, so it's going to be really fascinating to see what this new ball does over the next 5 or 6 overs.
Jake ball is in and he's wrapped on the pads. There is Matt Critchley, who just gives a little twirl back to his mark. I thought he was walking for a second there as he made his way away from the crease, but the appeal turned down there by the umpire, and Jake Ball has his hands on his head as he walks back to his mark. Well, I thought that sunshine was coming out, and then we get a big dark cloud above us again, and it goes in. So I think it might be one of those days where we struggle to have the prolonged blue skies here at Chelmsford. As ball is in and up on his toes, Critchley plays that one out into the offside end of the over. Maiden for Jake Ball with the new ball taken, 344 for 4. And just going back to the women's side then, Ben, a bit of young talent. I say young, but there's still experience in there. Grace Scrivens is obviously still young herself, but has got a lot of experience with her captaining with Sunrisers, also her involvement in the England age groups and England A as well. Jodie Grucock obviously off with the England training camp as well, but the emphasis feels very much on bringing through those young players.
Yeah, I think if you look at the squad, we've got kind of like a, it's been alluded to a number of times over the season, we have a very young group of players, and actually the great thing about it is actually seeing them learn and develop and taking their learnings from game by game, situation by situation, and the only way that we can do that is actually by putting them in an environment where they're competing and being able to take those learnings.
Lewis Gregory back into the bowling attack for Somerset. He is in, and that is kept him a bit low there, through to Rue behind the stumps for no run.
Yeah, so it's going to be, like, again, people will obviously be in various places over the winter, but it's just going to be fascinating to see how that development continues through the winter months, and then looking ahead to 2026.
Has there felt a good link up between the two professional sides, the men's and the women's, now here at Essex? I guess it's been a new thing for the club, as Gregory is in over the wicket and Allison leaves that one alone for no run. Because previously, although Sunrisers played some of their home games here, their base was obviously elsewhere. Has it felt well, it's worked well coming together as a whole club? Yeah,
I think that was one of the messages that came through a couple of weeks ago, is that I really felt that this is home, and the facilities that we've got access to are there kind of week in, week out, and all of the home games have been actually played here. and that was probably the only one of the 8.
So that one's just left outside the off stump by Allison for no run.
The only one of the 8 professional women's teams to actually play their home games at one place for the whole of the season, which was really a clear message coming out from the group that actually did feel like this was home, and I think that's credit to the way that the whole club and the staff and everyone around have actually really embraced the project and embraced that Tier 1 status, so to speak.
3 dot balls to start then for the Somerset captain, who's back into the attack, and he's into Allison, who again I think was just trying to guide it into that gap at third, but instead Vaughan comes around from backward point to pick it up, and there's another dot ball from this Lewis Gregory over, and I guess it's going to be interesting to see how things pan out with Yorkshire coming into Tier 1 as well.
Yeah, and see obviously in terms of having a 9th team in there, it will be interesting to see how it all fits in and how the schedule works. And
Gregory moving past the umpire, he's into Allison, who pulls the bat away at the last minute. One delivery to come from this Lewis Gregory over.
And I think that again goes back to right from the start, from that whole kind of We Are Essex, that community involvement in going back to the, when there was the bid tender process for the professional team, and how we got it all involved from that community point of view. I mean, we're really lucky in terms of the access that we get for.
Gregory is in, and that one is played into the offside by Allison for no run. So 2 maidens in the 82nd over now. 344 remains a score. 4 wickets down for Essex, trailing by 89.
And again, lucky even if it's the men's or the women's team, the amount of access to the ground from a community point of view that we get with school visits and school activation days. And we've got one school in here, actually from Hertfordshire today, Oakview, sitting over there in the Felsted stand, and they've come along today as part of kind of like our wider regional approach from a community point of view. Now, our plan is that we've got massive aspirations to be the #1 region across the country for cricket, and that obviously involves our relationships with the wider national counties that we border, and our work with those, and the opportunities and support that we can provide for cricket in those counties, not just cricket across Essex.
Ball is in, and that one is going to run away to the boundary for 4 leg byes. Comes off the pads of Matt Critchley. So Essex nearing that 350 total. It's been hovering around in the mid 340s for a little while, but onto 348 for 4. And Critchley onto 8. Allison at the other end is on 25, trailing by 85. But we do think that reaching 350 will cover any of the other scenarios elsewhere in the game involving Yorkshire and Durham and Hampshire, Surrey. As ball is in, and Critchley just plays that one into the offside for no run. I think that's the right maths, Ben.
It's been one of those, hasn't it? Trying to actually keep an eye on what's happening elsewhere, and taking all of those different scenarios into account that could have or could appear and materialise across these final 2 days of the season.
In comes ball. Critchley waits for Essex, and that one is driven towards mid-on for no run. So that's the thing. I always feel, well, hopefully we've not been in a position last year when it came to football where you're trying to work out what points people need to avoid relegation, but then when you do it with cricket, you've got to factor in all the various bonus points, and it makes it more difficult. The ball is in, and that one is just knocked into the leg side down towards the fine leg boundary by Critchley for a single. So Essex on to 349 for 4. And I wonder if we'll see the Essex crowd breathe a sigh of relief when Essex get to that point. And it's not been easy this morning with 2 wickets lost. Tom Wesley, who's caught off the bowling of Craig Overton. He picked up his 3rd wicket. And then Casey Aldridge getting Elgar LBW, as that one is played into the offside by Charlie Allison for no run. 1 delivery to come from Jake Ball at the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Yeah, these two have been played nice and sensibly over the last, 5 or 6 over period.
Both of them have had success in the championship this season, as Ball is in, and that one is just dropping out into the leg side for no run. So final ball of the over is a dot. 349 for 4. Both Matt Critchley and Charlie Allison have made 3 centuries each this season in the county championship. I think probably for me the ones that stand out was the first one for Charlie Allison at Surrey. Really put his mark in that number 4 position, and well, there's been a couple for Matt Critchley, but the innings between him and Michael Pepper to save the draw against Yorkshire early on in the season probably is one of the ones that stick out for me in their innings.
Yeah, I remember that Charlie Allison innings. I actually had a couple of days down in Devon, and I was watching it on the stream. But he was out there with, I think he was out there with Noah actually, at the when he went to 3 figures, and it was a nice moment to see, and the way he took on that innings as he went through the afternoon was fantastic to watch from the south coast.
Lewis Gregory to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. Then he is into Matt Critchley, plays that one through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs, and crucially as well for Essex, that will bring up the 350. So another batting bonus point for Essex, which surely, with other scores elsewhere, should ensure their Division 1 safety for another season. Matt Critchley with a 4 to bring up that 350. Essex 353 for 4.
Noticed a few smiling faces at the top of the Tom Pearce stand over to our right, so I don't know whether they've clocked that as well or not. But
Gregory is in, and that's a similar shot by Matt Critchley. This time though is stopped in the covers, so they'll only be able to come through for 1. But yeah, is there a sense of relief we can feel around Chelmsford? Just looking over at the balcony as well to see if there's any movement. There are a couple of people standing up, but there's always milling around of activity over there, isn't there? 354 for 4. I think, yeah, if I have got my maths right, Essex should be okay, as that one's left alone by Charlie Allison. Critchley moved on to, well, he moved on to 13 with the boundary, and then the single has taken him to 14 from the 30 that he's faced. And I don't know, really, we saw the old ball still doing a bit. I'm not sure though, we've had a couple of maidens. I'm not sure we've seen as much from this new ball yet, as that one's driven back towards the bowler and just stopped by the hand of Gregory for no run.
particularly with the new ball, it's coming on a little bit more, and when it gets into those scoring areas for both of the batters, they're managing to capitalise on those, and then anything that is potentially outside of those areas is being left alone at the moment. So.
We're back to slightly overcast here at Chelmsford, as Gregory is over the wicket towards Allison. It's down the leg side through to Rue.
I was just going to say the temperatures are dropped a little bit again out there. You can just feel that through the windows. So as you say, the clouds look like they're forming again.
And the wind as well picking up. Just see the Somerset and Essex flags billowing away to our right by the pavilion. As Gregory is into Allison, looking to drive, hasn't timed that one, and it'll be fielded in the covers for no run. So what's on the agenda for the rest of today, Ben?
I've got a couple of calls that I'm on later on today. Obviously, I mentioned we've got a school in, so I'll just be checking in on them just to check they're okay. And then preparing for tomorrow. I mentioned we've got our first level 2 course starting tomorrow, so just the final bits of preparation for that, and that's the start of a.
There was a big old waft at that one from Charlie Allison, but it's through to Root. So dot ball to finish, 356 for 4, trailing by 77. Essex picking up that third batting bonus points.
Looked like that one nipped back quite a way there. So it's definitely still moving around a little bit out there. But yeah, that's the start. Tomorrow is I suppose the start of our weekend kind of blocks of coach development throughout the winter. Now we've got probably one every week for between now and mid-December, and then from January through to the end of March, beginning of April. So it's for our coach development team, it's a bit busy time, and then our Angela with our officiating, with our umpires, and Paul from a scoring point of view, those will pick up, and then again we'll be looking at our wider volunteer training programs that will start to commence next month to support all those around the network.
Well, I'm going to welcome Anthony back onto commentary in a moment, Ben, but been great to get some thoughts from you and hear from you. Thank you for your time, as Craig Overton is back into the attack for Essex, and he just catches Matt Critchley on the hip, I think it was, as they come through for a single. Was there? No, was bat involved. Nothing signalled from the umpire. 357 for 4. We hope everything goes well over the winter with all your various commitments, and look forward to catching up more over the course of that and into next season. Yeah,
brilliant. No, thank you very much for having me on. It's been great to come and have a little bit of a chat, and just have a chat through the summer. And
Overton is in, and that one is just played out into the offside by Allison for no run.
Talk about what the rest of the wider team have been up to, and then our plans moving forward. So yeah, hopefully we'll be back again in the future to just see where we've progressed to.
Absolutely. Welcome in the commentary box anytime. That's Ben Wallace. I'm going to get the title right as well. Director of Network Operations for Essex Cricket in the community, and also the wicket-keeping coach for the women's setup here at Essex as well. Great to get a bit of insight from Ben on commentary today, as that one is played out into the offside by Charlie Allison for no run. Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset is going to come back in. He's been watching on to see this period of play after those 2 early wickets for Somerset here on day 3. And Essex just rebuilding to make their way up to that 350 mark. As Craig Overton is in. Charlie Allison waits, and that is wrapped on the pad of Allison. There's big appeal from Overton, and the Somerset field umpire gives a little shake of the head.
Russell Warren's in a not-out frame of mind. He hasn't given any LBWs in the game so far. There was 2 or 3 really good shouts when Somerset were batting, that one just going down. But Essex are presumably safe now, having reached 350 and 3 batting points.
I think so. I think by the maths, and the maths of Nick Gledhill, who I trust implicitly when it comes to stats and points and all sorts.
As do we all.
If anyone knows, it's Nick Gledhill, and 350 would have covered Yorkshire getting maximum bonus points, as that one is driven up towards mid-off by Allison for no run.
Well, Craig Overton will feel that he's got some making up to do, having put down that catch at second slip. By his own standards, a pretty easy catch. Very unlike him.
Yeah, really frustrated with himself there, wasn't he? And he comes to Allison, who leaves that one alone. Rue collects behind the stumps. That's the end of the over. Just a single from the first delivery. Essex 357 for 4, trailing by 76. So Yorkshire now lead Durham in that game. They have lost another wicket. They're 357 for 7, so it's just the marginal lead of 11 runs at the moment with 3 wickets remaining.
Looks like Surrey are going to be beaten down at the Utilita Bowl, which means that if by some miracle Somerset could win this game, doesn't look at all likely, I have to say, they would be second. But it's hard to see it. Still got 6 more wickets to take. And then I think Somerset would need to be bowled out pretty rapidly, because I can't see them declaring and offering a sporting target to Essex. Look, they might, but I think this pitch is too good to get a result on, if that's not a contradiction in terms, as that's driven square of the wicket, and that will be 4 runs. Archie Vaughan in vain pursuit. Nice shot from Matt Critchley. Over-pitched outside off stump from Lewis Gregory. And batting's looked a little bit easier since they took the new ball. Slightly ironically. Oh dear.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Oh no, there you go. You've the magic touch, and it's back on. The TV screen is.
It's our monitor, which is capricious. Here's Gregory into Critchley, who drives this handsomely back past the bowler for 4 runs, straight drive out to the boundary boards in front of the side screen at the far end. Consecutive boundaries. Gregory pitching the ball right up, trying to get it to swing, but no swing. And that was a nice juicy half volley, handsomely dealt with by Matt Critchley. And after that bright start, things rather reverting to yesterday's type, with Allison and Critchley looking very much in command at the moment as Gregory's in and bowls. And having said that, this one sort of turns Matt Critchley round slightly as he adjusts to some late movement from Lewis Gregory, who's sporting a bit of a beard. I'm not sure it really suits him.
Have you told him that to his face?
Don't often get to speak to Lewis Gregory. He's a very, very reluctant interviewee. At the end of every...
because you told him you don't like his beard?
At the end of every championship game, I always ask to speak to Lewis Gregory, and I always get the head coach, Jason Kerr. There's nothing wrong with Jason Kerr. Gregory in and bowls, and this is another full-length delivery, which is driven, but this time goes straight to Archie Vaughan at backward point. Jason Kerr's a very good interviewee, speaks very well, but it's nice to speak to the captain just occasionally. Lewis Gregory is quite laconic as an interviewee. He's a reluctant performer. I don't know why, because he's perfectly fluent and interesting and honest. But I will try, whenever this game finishes, get him to reflect on the season, if possible. Otherwise it'll be Jason Kerr reflecting on the season. Gregory in and bowls, and Critchley comes half forward and plays that out to Josh Davey, who is fielding as a sub at extra cover. Not sure who he's on for. Might be Josh Thomas. Can't actually see Josh anywhere at the moment. Got Cola Cadmore at first slip. Craig Overton, as usual, at second. Gregory in the bowls, and Critchley pushes this into a gap on the offside, and they'll take a single as Jake Ball does fielding from mid-off. It's the end of the over. 366 for 4, 24 to Critchley and 25 to Allison, and the deficit is now 67. Somerset would, how many overs have we had? 86, so another 24 overs in which Essex can accrue batting points, and Somerset will be looking for another couple of wickets for another bowling point.
Craig Overton bounding in from the Sir Alistair Cook end, 7 on his back. He's into Critchley, uses the wrist to drive that one into the offside and sets off for a quick single. 366 for 4, the crowd appreciated that one. Critchley on to 24, he's almost caught Charlie Allison up now, who had a really fast start. Probably fair to say Critchley's had more of the strike in recent overs. Overton into Allison. That one is turned into the leg side for no run.
Some blue sky overhead, but no sun.
No, it's sort of tried to creep through a couple of times, hasn't it? But almost immediately we've had the cloud return.
You can see a knot of Somerset supporters almost diametrically opposite us on the far side of the ground.
Overton into Allison, who dabs that one down wide of third. Is a man out on the boundary. Single added to the total.
You can see a tractor driver there in his white sun hat. And Chris Rue, who's the father of the Rue brothers. He's there as well. And the bus driver who's retiring, Nick Yeo, who made it into the Times last week for the little speech that he made on the bus as he was driving the team back after winning the, well, not actually while he was driving.
As Overton is in and Critchley's wrapped on the pads, there's another big appeal from the field. And again, umpire Warren.
I think there was bat involved there.
I'll just wait for the replay. We didn't get much there from the replay.
Craig Overton just asking Russell Warren what was wrong with that. Yeah, high, he's saying. It was too high.
.368 for 4. Essex trailing by 65. So Overton is in and Critchley jams the bat back down on that one.
Yeah, Nick Yeo, the bus driver, before they left Edgbaston after winning the Vitality Blast, he made a little speech saying what a huge pleasure it had been driving the Somerset team around for the last however many years it is, at least 10 years I think. And it was captured and put on social media, and Michael Atherton reprinted it in the Times.
Overton is in and that one is played back down the pitch and out into the offside by Critchley.
And it really was a very nice tribute to what a nice bunch of lads these Somerset cricketers are. They're mostly local boys, and they get on really, really well together. And there's a real camaraderie about the team, to a greater extent, I think, than I've ever known. And I've been following Somerset for a long time. Oh, here's Harry Everett coming back, so it's about time that Harry did some commentary, I think.
Yes, and probably about time I made way for Harry, maybe.
Lewis Gregory's going to bowl another over from the Graham Gooch end. He's bowling to Charlie Allison, who gets a bottom edge onto that, and it dribbles down to short fine leg for a single. 369 for 4. So, and that must be the 50 partnership. It is indeed. These two coming together when Dean Elgar was LBW to Casey Aldridge, with a score on 319 for 4, 369 for 4 now, as Gregory is in bowls and beats Critchley with a really good ball, leaving him outside the off stump, and Gregory just stands there with his hands on his hips. What have we got to do to take the wicket? Somerset, in all honesty, haven't had much luck in this innings. Catch put down by Craig Overton, which is obviously their own fault. A couple of close LBW decisions given not out, one in particular from Jake Ball to Charlie Allison. Here comes Gregory again in appeal for LBW, but Nigel Long unmoved, and again I think there was inside edge on that occasion.
A lot of appeals this morning.
Yeah,
I
think they're getting frustrated. Somerset.
Yeah. Is it becoming Boy Who Cried Wolf a little bit?
No, it's going. It wasn't. There wasn't inside edge. It was going down.
Oh, you've touched the monitor.
Oh, no,
it's back on now. It's back on. Every time the slightest movement, it just goes. You're on the strictest instructions not to breathe in that scene.
Yeah, absolutely. Sun is trying to break through. Bit of a metaphor for Somerset's cricket at the moment, as this is played square of the wicket to Archie Vaughan. What have you made of it this morning?
Yeah, it's pretty flat, isn't it? I just a lap round the ground this morning. You know, those slow laps you can do in the County Championship, watching over from different vantage points. Had a bit of a chat with Case Shoulders at fine leg, and he's just exasperated. He was just saying, this is what puts you off playing County Championship cricket. He said this kind of wicket made Jimmy Neesham retire from red ball after Bennett at the Oval and seeing Surrey score 800. You know, I agree that it's not ideal for the game. I know in this situation I understand it for Essex, but
Gregory in bowls and Critchley doesn't time.
When a high scoring draw keeps you up, you can't really blame them.
No, I know, but it's not a
great
great advertisement for four-day county cricket, is it? No. And there's been too many games like that this season.
And I think if Somerset had a bit more to play with, then they might have gone and got 600, 700. I know people say, well, Somerset didn't get that many, but I think part of it is it's after Lord Mayor's show for Somerset. The points have been deducted. They're not going to top knots to have won the title. Second above Surrey would be nice, but it's not as big a deal when you can't win it.
It's Gregory in bowls to Critchley, who comes half forward, plays that defensively into the onside, and there is no run. End of that over. 369 for 4, so 64 the deficit. Now clock just coming up to 12 o'clock, half an hour to the lunch interval. And Craig Overton is going to bowl another over. It'll be his 20th, 3 for 60 for Big Craig.
Yes, Craig Overton over the wicket. Just got that 500th first-class wicket. Special landmark. Oh, what a ball! Craig Overton's bowled the middle stump. And what a beauty that is. Allison has looked pretty good. Cover driving. He's been positive, aggressive. And somehow, first ball on commentary, Anthony Pepperell.
Oh, you've done the trick.
Victoria Polly does an hour and a half on commentary. I don't think she had a wicket. Look at that sight of the middle stump out of the ground, the bail pegged back. Now, Charlie Allison looked very positive, but at times a little bit loose. That drop by Craig Overton at second slip, quite a nice height for him. Real surprise to see Craig Overton drop one. You can see why his body language is so frustrated, throwing his hat at the ground. Quite an easy height for him, but he's made up for it. His 4th wicket, 4 of the 5 wickets to fall from the big man from Instow, who's, I say 501 first-class wickets now.
Yep. Well, as I said earlier, he's a real warrior, is Craig Overton.
Well,
And Michael Pepper is coming out to bat, so his finger injury or his hand injury, whatever it is that prevented him from keeping wicket for most of the Somerset innings, obviously not preventing him from batting.
So we've had Pepper down at 7, Gregory at 10 in this game, was going to be at 11 in the last game against Hampshire, but the declaration came before he was needed. It's that time of the season where the slightest injury, it's sort of not worth it, let someone else have a bit of a go. Although 7, really, with the night watch as well, isn't far off for Pepper. I don't think I've ever taken a wicket with a first ball on commentary, especially not in this situation. After your hours of toiling last night into this morning.
Yes, it was quite hard work yesterday afternoon when tall Paul was smashing it everywhere. Dean Elgar never looked like getting out.
No. Well, can that put the cat amongst the pigeons? Can that open up an end for Somerset? 2 slips still, no real change, no extra aggressive feel for the new bat. Pepper, the right-handed keeper bat. Oh, big aggressive shot first ball from Craig Overton. You thought that could have just let it go or defend into the offside, but he's tried to absolutely smash that. He practices the cover drive afterwards, but I dare to say the shot he played didn't look like the shot he just rehearsed. It's a bit of a side through the leg side, but got away with it.
Well, he is a bit of a dasher, Michael Pepper, isn't he?
Hits a clean ball in white ball cricket. I mean, it still hits a clean ball in red ball cricket, but not normally from ball 1 against an opening bowler on 4 for 60. As the sun really is peeking through. 3 up in the cover ring as Overton's over the wicket. Full. It's not really gone forward and he's not really gone back there, Pepper. He's got his run, he's off the mark, but it was a bit of a weird sort of soft-handed, nervy sort of injury. Trying to protect it maybe sort of shot.
Do we know which hand?
No, I was just trying to work that out actually.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why. I'm trying to look at the grip, his hand grip on the bat as to how he's holding it, because we were talking about Lewis Gregory's bottom hand, the strapping on his right wrist. He'd have had all sorts of injections and pills to get through the finals day. And he only had a few 4s and 6s job done, didn't he? But Pepper is at the non-strikers as Overton comes in short this time, pulled with ease. That sums up the situation on the pitch, really. Craig Overton's not slow, and I said on other decks that might be a half-decent bouncer, but just plays that well down into the leg side for 1. Critchley and Pepper, you think of as the middle-order engine room for Essex the last couple of years. A couple of years ago, you think of them as the young, inexperienced pros, but with Allison and Bennett and now Benkenstein coming through, not playing this game, they're getting more experience in their 20s. Oh, that's a beauty from Craig Overton. Not convinced there's any bat on it. The fielders have gone up, but it was kind of the hopeful appeal rather than the celebrating appeal.
Couldn't hear anything, and we've got the windows wide open, and 1 or 2 other nicks have been clearly audible.
Yeah.
And
it didn't
nothing
look
on
quite
that
right.
occasion.
The way it went with the movement from Overton's arm.
Overton's got his hands. What have I got to do? What have I got to do?
Get 1 more for your 5 and then reconsider. Well, not much more batting to come. Bennett and Porter, all rounders I guess you could say, and Thane and Bracewell, but Overton is straighter this time, dot into leg side. Yeah, Doug Bracewell can bat.
Yeah,
He'll swing the willow.
Thane.
No, Thane will bat properly, I reckon. Whereas Bracewell might give it a whack, and what Bennett and Porter do will be hard to tell, really. They just thought Essex would want to make sure they get 450. But I was saying to the Somerset faithful in the crowd at the Graham Gooch end, for Essex to win the game, actually Somerset bowling them out might do them a favour. Because if Essex bat and get 550 or 600, they might take too much time at the game and not be able to bowl Somerset out. Whereas being bowled out, for Essex fans, I guess, being bowled out for 451 in the 111th over, something like that would be ideal. Get their full batting bonus points in.
Yep.
I wonder how many overs Lewis Gregory's going to bowl, though. Gave Casey Aldridge an early spell, but
He's having a good bowl, isn't he? Considering that he's coming to the end of a long season.
18 overs.
His body is usually in bits by this stage of the season.
I'm surprised he's still together.
Yeah. Here he comes in to bowl to Critchley, who is looking for a single into the offside. Good tumbling stop by Archie Vaughan, which earns him a low 5 from James Rue. Comes all the way across from
He likes that.
behind the stumps.
I think James just got a bit of the boredom from keeping wants to be involved. Archie Vaughan's still the only non-wicket keeper with no jumper on. I suppose wicket keeper and bowler are jumperless, but the northern grit, even though he spent a lot of time down south, he's got that northern grit, hasn't he, to field in a t-shirt in September.
Yes. Is Gregory in and bowls, and won't be a run here as Josh Thomas comes sprinting in from extra cover. There's clouds just beginning to melt away over the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here at Chelmsford.
That rolls off the tongue nicely, doesn't it? One of the better names.
That must be one of the longer names
Yes.
for a county ground around the country, if not the longest.
Yeah, definitely.
We've got the longest end name down at Taunton, the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Or the Lord Ian Botham stand.
That's the river end.
Yeah, I call it the river end, indeed.
Oh, and there's a play and a miss from Critchley. Yes, I've been saying that with all this money from the sale of the 100, Somerset ought to knock the wretched thing down and build something decent in its place.
Project
and call it something else.
Yeah.
After what Mr. Botham Lord Botham had to say about the pitch for the Durham game.
Well, exactly. Trying to get Somerset docked points, and Durham might still go down. And I
Serve him right.
I still think Durham just batted really, really poorly. Having batted, I mean, it didn't help that they batted on the flattest wicket in the whole season at the Oval the week before.
Yeah.
It wasn't good timing.
Gregory in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Should just be a single as Tom Lemonby fields.
I genuinely think if Durham hadn't played, say Durham had played at home on what they'd call a normal wicket the week before, I don't think there would have been the penalty deduction. I don't think Durham would have batted so poorly. Because Tom Lemonby batted well, got 70, 80 odd. Wagner even batted well, got a few runs. It was doing a bit. Of course it was bowler friendly, I don't deny that. It wasn't a great batting wicket, but it wasn't dangerous, it wasn't ridiculous, it wasn't over the top. I just think Durham batted really poorly, having batted on the flattest of all flat ones the week before.
It did turn on day one, though.
Yeah.
Gregory is in bowls, a good ball, which is left alone by Michael Pepper.
But even we had a bit of a chat, didn't we, with Steve Kirby and
last night,
Shane Berger last night, and we were saying, well, you'd rather 2 days of exciting cricket than a 4-day boring draw.
Yeah.
And, you know, give the spinners a chance. So many times in this country it's seam bowler friendly or batter friendly.
But I did read the full report on the pitch, and I thought it was pretty fair, actually. There was no suggestion that Somerset had prepared a turning pitch for their own advantage, as Gregory's in bowls and Pepper defends. Because if they had done, I mean, Somerset won the toss and put Durham in.
Exactly.
Which meant that Somerset would have had to
bat
last on a turning pitch.
Yeah.
So it was the same for both sides, but the inspector concluded that it had just been a little bit overdone. Both ends had been it was green in the middle and dusty at both ends, and both ends had been raked.
Yeah, they don't like them being raked, which you can understand. No. But yeah, I guess my point is, give the spinners a chance sometimes.
Yeah.
People complain about Somerset having turning pitches, but then England fans love it if Leach, Best, Bashir do well for England, being produced from Somerset. Overton again, right arm over. That's a nice drive to Lewis Gregory. Could be a run out here. Well gone. Completely out of the picture, and he'd given up. Critchley called it through himself, straight to the left hand of Lewis Gregory, the stronger left hand at the moment, because his right arm is bandaged up. He still throws it with his damaged right wrist, but he was well gone. What an odd single, really. If you got it in the gap, maybe you just thought it was more in the gap, or thought Lewis Gregory moved even slower. Well, he picked it up and just didn't hit the stumps.
Feels he should have done. He had stump and a half to aim at, I suppose.
Same field, next ball, Overton is defended down the ground by Pepper, and Overton's got that body language, he's frustrated. You don't blame him, really. He's got forfeit, he should be happy with that, but a few OW shouts. Jake Ball had a great one at the other end. Craig in the last over, he thought I'd have caught behind off an inside edge. I wasn't convinced by. And that potential run out. Just the sort of the small chances, the quarter chances, quarter appeals aren't quite going for Somerset in this one. Essex batted very well yesterday. Massive credit to Elgar and Walter, but they haven't applied themselves as well this morning, the right-handers. Overton over and in nearly a run to cover a point, but after the mix-up first ball, I think they'll learn their lesson and not try and take on fielders. Yeah, so the two left-handers at the top batted beautifully. And then the right-handers, Allison, Critchley, Pepper, Wesley, Harmer, not found it quite as easy going.
It was odd, though, wasn't it, yesterday evening, just in the last 3/4 of an hour, when the pitch just seemed to start nipping around a bit.
I wonder if that was something to do with Simon Harmer's not really a night watcher. He's not really this modern night hawk thing either. I thought that was a bit odd to put your decent bat at number 8 in. Oh, that's a good ball from Craig Overton. Hung the washing out to dry a little bit. Did Pepper outside the off stump, but no bat on it. I just thought you either put in a Jamie Porter or a Bennett, you put a Rabbit to try and get through to the close, or you just do your normal, top order bat like a Wesley.
Yeah, very strange, wasn't it?
He looked alright, like Harmer does, but he'd rather bat number 8 than number 3, I'd have thought. Maybe a trial last game of the season.
But if you're going to send in a night watchman, send in a night watchman. Send in Jamie
Porter, that would have been my bet. Sam Cook's done it a few times. He's not playing in this game. Porter would give it a go. Overton through and over the wicket. Hands are going to the head every ball. That ball probably didn't deserve it as much as some of the others. Doesn't beat the defensive shot that pops out to Archie Vaughan at mid-wicket. But he's making things happen here as Craig Overton. Makes the ball talk a little bit. Bit of cloud cover on a flat pitch. He'll bend his back and try and get anything he can out of it. That middle stump being flattened to Charlie Allison is worth watching back on the replay. Was a beauty. 27 he got, Allison. This time aerial drive through the offside. Not in complete control. It's going to bring 4 runs to Michael Pepper. Got a finger injury, but he's an aggressive player. He's going to play some shots. And Tom Lammerby's sort of an extra cover, and that went more through cover. The gap between him and Lewis Goldsworthy at point and brings him 4.
Surrey still going against Hampshire.
The young lad
80 for 9.
Oh, Albert 63, yeah.
Albert, yeah, 63.
Rafi Albert, and 2 for 7 off 7, I think it was.
Jimmy White's grandson.
Yeah, that's the. It feels like that's going to be for the next 10 years. You can't mention his name without. It's like you have to say Josh Davies from Scotland, Suffolk, or you have to say Michael Vaughan's son Archie Vaughan. You have to say Flintoff's boys. And yeah, Jimmy White. Well, there's going to be the obvious line is when he Q ends one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
When he top edges or doesn't get the.
When he gets the opposition snookered.
Yeah.
I tried that on Nick Gledhill and it passed completely over his head.
Was he ignoring you again?
Yeah.
Oh, that was end of season fielding from Josh Thomas. Just didn't fancy stopping that extra cover. Tried to go with his boot and just missed it. I did give Josh some stick. I said, why on your debut, young, talented, quick fielder, are they putting you at fine leg? And he said, I jumped over one earlier in the day, so I'm being punished down here. He misfielded one in the first half an hour and then did fine leg for the next hour. That's a bit harsh.
Oops. Oop.
Don't move, Anthony. I'm going to tape you to the plug that keeps the monitor going.
For wicket falls, mustn't get overexcited. Otherwise we lose the picture and then we can't see the replay. Here's Gregory in bowls to Pepper, who turns it into the onside, and Tom Lammerby comes sprinting across to do the fielding. Lammerby bowled a couple of rather undistinguished overs yesterday afternoon, not at his best.
Bowling before Case Aldridge again, I thought it was a bit harsh. I get that he swings a newish ball, and I get the Case Aldridge is leaving, it's the last game, and you're going to think for Lammerby bowling more overs next year with Tom Abel's hamstring, not allowing him to bowl much anymore, but I thought it was slightly odd. And I know Ben Green's leaving, but in the last game, Ben Green not playing in this one, didn't get much of a bowl either.
Didn't get a bowl at all.
No.
Gregory in the bowls, and this is punched up to a deepish mid-off by Michael Pepper. Won't get a run.
I guess that point we've just made makes these weird September loans more understandable. Eskenazi's leaving to go to Leicestershire, so he's been on loan at Leicestershire in September. But Aldridge and Green, they've been announced as leaving for a few weeks now. I mean, Somerset like to announce it very late. I think we all knew they were leaving months ago, but Somerset like to keep fans guessing, not announce any signings. And you thought, Aldridge Green could maybe have gone on loan, but
this is driven by Pepper, not timed. It'll just shy at the stumps from Casey Aldridge, but he misses, and I think Pepper would have been safely home.
That's a better single than the one the last over.
But yeah, I mean, Green was brought back because of the injury to Miggy Pretorius, wasn't he?
So he was meant to be on loan for the last 3 games at Leicestershire, having played all the county championship season for Leicestershire. Played 1 game against Yorkshire at home, or 2 games, Yorkshire and Hampshire.
2, yeah.
And then not picked for the last game, but I suppose he could have gone to Leicestershire for the last game, could he, rather than carrying the drinks here? You or I could have carried the drinks in the last game.
Well, yeah, but Leicestershire would presumably have had to pay him.
for one game.
For one game, and they're already promoted. So there's... Oh, and this is edged. And appeal gone! It's not edged, it's pad, and he's gone LBW. And that is the end of Matt Critchley. LBW to Lewis Gregory for 29. It's 379 now for 6. And well bowled Lewis Gregory. He deserved that wicket. He's bowled pretty well. He's in his 20th over, 1 for 81 now. He's beaten the bat on any number of occasions. And on that occasion, he won the decision from umpire Nigel Long. Applause for Matt Critchley as he makes his way back to the pavilion. But that's a 4th wicket of the morning for Somerset. It's been a good morning for them.
Yeah, a surprisingly good morning actually for Somerset after the flatness of the pitch, and I think it shows how well Elgar and Walter batted yesterday. It is a bit overcast this morning, and it's the right-handers that are struggling, whilst the left-handers made hay in the sunshine yesterday.
Somerset fielders in a happy huddle out there. Noah Thane is the new batsman. Genuine all-rounder. This is his 19th game of first-class cricket. Averages 21.7 with the bat, and has taken, before this game, 18 wickets at just over 50. So he's a batting all-rounder rather than a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah, agreed.
Oops. Oh, welcome to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, with the news that Somerset have taken 4 wickets this morning, as Essex have moved on from 295 for 2 overnight to 379 for 6. 4 wickets for Craig Overton, 1 each for Casey Aldridge and Lewis Gregory, who is bowling now to the new batsman Noah Thane. Gregory having just pinned Matt Critchley LBW. That's played up to mid-off, and there's no run. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me is Harry Everett, who is commentating for the BBC, but is more usually heard on the Somerset live stream down at Taunton, and has flown all the way back to Chelmsford from Philadelphia in order to commentate on this game of cricket.
A commitment to county cricket, Anthony. Yeah, a night of baseball was enough for me. I couldn't deal with baseball and trying to get my head around the rules. So, I mean, they don't run leg byes in baseball. They do weird man-cad things where they throw it to first base. I don't understand what was going on.
Do they have appeals?
Not really. There are a lot of player misses.
Yes.
I couldn't get my head around it. I might write an article for Annie Che's County Cricket Natters on the difference between county championship cricket and baseball, as Craig Overton comes in to pepper with 2 slips in. And there's another beauty.
Gone.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore's dropped it.
No, he's dropped it.
A nice height of first slip. That's 2 drops in the slips from Somerset this morning. So unlike them. Casey Aldridge is not able to help out there. It's Kohler-Cadmore.
He got both hands to it.
That's a nice height, and they did the right thing. Keeper and second slip leaving it. It's definitely Kohler-Cadmore's catch.
Yeah.
2 hands to it. Overton bowling, and that could be pretty crucial. Somerset dropping 2 slip catches this morning. One Overton himself, that one now off Overton, and that was that was pretty straightforward. So Noah Thane has a life. First ball. Defended squared up this time, but defended into the offside to cover for no run. So yeah, Overton, Aldridge and Kohler-Cadmore are the first choice slippers. Occasionally there's a Lammonby, or other games there's an Abel in the slips.
Well, it would be Lewis Gregory as well, wouldn't it?
I guess because of his hand, yeah.
Because of his injured right wrist, hand. Which bone has he cracked? Is it wrist or hand?
I think it's at the bottom of the hand in the wrist. I wouldn't know the exact A-level PE bone knowledge isn't great anymore, but Overton again then for his 3rd ball of the over. That's another player miss outside off stump. Really good over this from Craig Overton so far. His tail's up.
And we think that when Essex reached 350 for 3 batting points, that ensured them against any possibility of being relegated. So Essex's first division status has been ensured, and Somerset, if by some miracle they could win this game. If Surrey get beaten down at the Utilita Bowl, then Somerset could be second. So still plenty to play for.
Yes, Craig Overton trying to stop. That's a lovely straight drive, but the stumps, the 12th man for Somerset in the form of 3 wooden sticks at the non-striker's end, save 4 runs. I don't think Jack Leach would have got there from mid-on. That was a well-hit drive to get off the mark from Rothesay. He'll be gutted that didn't get through. Craig Overton tried to stick out his big right boot, but couldn't quite stop that. Overton again, and this time it's really tight leave to off stump. A good leave, a well judged leave. There's only 2 types of leave, of course, but that is close to off peg. Oof. Nearly came back enough to knock the off bail.
He deserves a fifer, Craig Overton. He's bowled really well. Ever since he came back in the last 40 minutes or so yesterday evening, picked up a couple of wickets.
Agreed.
Bowled really well this morning.
The leader of this attack, the vice-captain, steaming in again for the Alistair Cook end. This time it's an inside edge of an on drive. Does get off the mark, there's nothing. Should be an easy 2. Josh Thomas comes all the way around from deep fine leg. Archie Vaughan can't quite get there. So he is off the mark, but should have been out. Should have been out at the start of the over. Cola Cadmore is gutted. Casey Aldridge and Jake Ball, hands on heads a bit that over.
And Tom Cola Cadmore's going to have to stand next to Craig Overton in the slip court.
Yes, I forgot that. Oh, he's walking as slowly as possible. Cola Cadmore's going to be the last person in place.
He's got his head down.
Wait until Craig Overton's steam comes out of his ears completely first. Let the kettle boil in the Craig Overton head. Is he going to apologise? Little high five? Yeah. Always
Sorry,
these
mate.
days.
Sorry, mate.
I don't forgive you, but okay.
Well, these things happen. Gregory's going to bowl another over. He's having a good bowl, isn't he?
He's talking through it with Craig Overton. They're talking through the edge. They're miming it, sort of acting it out again.
Gregory then to... edged! And
another drop.
I think that's another drop catch. This time Craig Overton diving down in front of Tom Cola Cadmore and not able to hold on. I think it was the right move for Craig Overton. I don't think he would have carried to Cola Cadmore. Well, but Overton going left-handed at it as well. But that's 3 catches that Somerset have put down in the slips this morning, which is very unlike them.
Yeah, that was a harder chance, but
Gregory in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Pepper.
It looked to be diving forward, Overton, slightly across Cola Cadmore. It had to be Overton's catch, the closer one. It wouldn't have carried to Cola Cadmore that time. Harder than the one Cola Cadmore dropped off Overton in the last over, but Overton has high standards. He will be desperate to make one of these count. Somerset would love one more wicket before lunch, and they deserve it, to be fair. They bowled much better this morning than they did yesterday. Slightly overcast conditions helping.
Gregory trying again from the Graham Gooch end. He's in and bowls down the leg side. Taken nicely by James Root, tumbling over to his left. Cola Cadmore examining the fingers on his right hand. That's presumably where they were clipped by the ball when he went for that catch two-handed away to his right. So both of he's just rehearsing the movement now, Cola Cadmore. Trying to go with the ball rather more than he actually did. It looked momentarily as if he was going to take the catch. He's a good slipper, is Cola Cadmore.
Yeah, no, I think he's not dropped too many catches this season.
Gregory in and bowls to Pepper, takes him on the pad. Appeal for, well, it's a stifled appeal for LBW. Either because there was an inside, I think probably an inside edge. It might have been a bit high.
He sort of stopped the appeal quite early, didn't he? The stifle came in.
There was obviously something fundamentally wrong with it.
Yeah, no one went with him. I just think Somerset might rue the chances this morning. Not James Root, but RUE The Craig Overton drop, the Koda Cadmore drop.
Gregory in and bowls. This is turned into the onside, but there won't be a run as Lammonby is quickly across from mid-wicket. The sun has been obscured by cloud cover again. Quite heavy clouds overhead. There's no threat of rain. Forecast was for a cloudy day. Hopefully we'll get some sunshine for tomorrow, for the last day of 2025 cricket season. Gregory in bowls to Peppo, pick up a single as that goes between the two fielders on the offside, picked up by Josh Thomas. Good over from Lewis Gregory, should have had the wicket of Michael Pepper, put down at second slip by Craig Overton. And at the end of it, deficit now exactly 50, 383 for 6 Essex, and I fancy we will get one more over just about before lunch.
Yeah, Somerset were keen to get this final over in, and you understand why. They've dominated this morning session. Case Aldridge getting the key breakthrough of Dean Elgar. Walter went last night for an imperious big 100 from Walter, thumping it through the covers, hitting Leach down the ground for 4 and 6. Elgar did what Dean Elgar does, what he did for Somerset, what he's done for South Africa, and of course more recently for Essex, as Craig Overton is driven through extra cover past Lewis Gregory and Tom Lammonby. They're going to chase after it. They're going to run hard. It's going to go for 4. Big cheer from the Essex faithful. The chase from Lewis Gregory just in vain. Just teased him all the way to the covers down in front of the scoreboard. Not timed completely perfectly. Not the edge of the middle, I suppose. But 4 counts for Essex and will frustrate Craig Overton further. Not a half volley by any chance.
Ball's disappeared under the covers, which are having to be moved.
Fortunately, the ground staff are there to help. Gregory's diving out the way of the covers.
Been run over by a cover.
Oh, just to add insult to injury. Hurt wrist, sore ankle from being rolled over by the covers. That'd be a good last match of the season injury. Hit by a moving roll-on cover. Interesting they have roll-on covers here then. All the chat about not having roll-on covers at Somerset, the hover cover at some of the test grounds, and not being able to use sheets in the wind because of the danger to the ground staff, but roll-on covers at Chelmsford, all 3 of them, like you see at Premier League cricket grounds around the country. So I guess if they were playing here last week, they could have pushed off the roll-on covers in the high winds.
Yeah. You'd have to do a health and safety risk assessment first.
You can do that. 2 slips still then for Overton, and the back foot punch is again to Lewis Gregory. We saw... Oh no, it's going to be overthrows. This could be a 5.
Oh no!
Oh, it's 5 runs. Lewis Gregory was right to throw it because there was nearly a run out in the last over. Critchley and Pepper had a mix-up. Critchley's gone now. It's Thane and Pepper this time. The one to the left side of Lewis Gregory at mid-off. The throw wasn't great. The 2 slips in Aldridge and Koda Cadmore couldn't get there to back up. Fine leg in Josh Thomas couldn't back up, and James Rew couldn't get there. So Craig Overton's gone for 9 off 2 balls, and neither of them were terrible balls. They were both in and around the outside of off stump. A back foot punch and a not fully timed cover drive, and he's gone for 9.
Just having a word with his skipper.
Vice captain giving the skipper a ticking off. What are you doing off my bowling, sir? So Craig Overton will smile as he charges in just about. More of a grimace. Oh, there's a single as well. I think it's going to be leg buys. Yeah. Good running. Archie Vaughan at close mid-wicket can't stop it. So 10 off 3 from Craig Overton. A rare sight of a 5 on the scorecard. 5 off 1 ball. I mean, it's a good arm from Lewis Gregory. He absolutely launched it. His wrist was in a strong enough position to flick that through and past James Rew. Craig Overton then, can he have a dot ball? That's a big appeal for Overton. Can he have a wicket? Even better than a dot ball is a wicket for Craig Overton. He's gone for 10 off 3 balls, a 4, a 5, a leg by, and that leg by has crucially got Pepper on strike, and that's probably the batter Somerset want to get out, because Pepper can be particularly dangerous, even with the injury he suffered. That's stone dead on the back pad. And Craig Overton, when he's angry, he's a dangerous bowler. He's got his fifer. He went past 500 first-class wickets this morning. He's now got 5 for 79 And that will be lunch with Somerset in the ascendancy here. Out of nowhere, Somerset will do pretty well to keep Essex to under 450. Essex would love to get full batting bonus points after 110 overs, but 393 for 7 after 94.4, and it's been Somerset's morning, Anthony.
Certainly has. 98 for 5, the tally this morning. Somerset picking up 5 wickets, 3 of them to Craig Overton to give him his 5 for 89, 1 each to Lewis Gregory and Casey Aldridge. And I hesitate to say that this game is coming back to life after it looked nailed on for a bit of a bore draw yesterday afternoon. But you never know. 393 for 7 could be an eventful afternoon session. Hope very much that you can join us in around about 40 minutes' time.
between Paul Walter and Dean Elgar to open yesterday, and a couple of late wickets on the final session of day 2. But this morning, Somerset have managed to get themselves a few more, and it means Noah Thane is on just 2. He's only faced 7 deliveries, and he'll be joined by the new man at the crease, Doug Bracewell, to get underway in this afternoon session. I'm Victoria Polly from BBC Essex, and Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset is alongside me as well.
Yeah, from 277 for none, Essex have lost 7 wickets for 116, which is interesting. Suggests that there might be some life in this game of cricket. Could be something other than a draw.
Well, someone who's had success so far is Craig Overton, who is going to continue that over that we left things on just before the lunch break. That was in which the Michael Pepper wicket fell. He went LBW for 17, and that was a 5th wicket for Craig Overton in this game.
And when he took his 3rd wicket, Craig Overton, that was the wicket of
Allison?
Wesley.
Oh, Wesley. Overton is in, and that one's played up the pitch by Bracewell.
It was his 500th wicket in first-class cricket. So well bowled, Craig Overton, and the 5 for that he has taken is his 2nd 5 for of the season.
It's a big achievement. He looks like he's limping slightly. No? Is that just he's sort of trudged back to the slips?
He does suffer from tendinitis in his left knee, so and that tendinitis can sort of come and go, so but I think he's taking his boot off, so whether he's got something in he's taking his left boot off and putting it back on again, so I don't think there's any great harm done. Gregory going to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. He's had a good bowl as well as Lewis Gregory. He has bowled 21 overs. 1 for 82. He's coming in now. Bowling outside the off stump to Noah Thane, right-hander, who was badly dropped in the slips by Tom Kohler-Cadmore before he had scored, was Noah Thane. Somerset could easily have had more than 5 wickets this morning because they put down 3 catches in the slips, 2 of them by Craig Overton and 1 Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Very unusual for Somerset, who set very high standards for themselves in the field. Gregory in and bowls. This is cut, but fielded by Archie Vaughan at backward point. Well, if Somerset can take these 3 wickets reasonably swiftly, and the 2 sides are round about parity after the first innings, Somerset could, if they score reasonably quickly, get 200 ahead, as this is defended into the onside, and maybe declare and maybe give themselves 2.5 sessions, try and bowl Essex out tomorrow.
It certainly looks more likely than it did in that afternoon and evening session yesterday.
Because Somerset, they ought to want to give themselves a chance to win, because if Hampshire do indeed beat Surrey down at the Utilita Bowl, as Gregory is in and bowls to Thane, who won't get a run here, and Hampshire need 176 runs to win with all 10 wickets remaining, so they would have to be favourites. So if Surrey lose and Somerset were to win, then Somerset would be second, and that is worth striving for, I would have thought. Might even be worth taking a risk on possibility of losing this game, depending on what happens to Warwickshire. I mean, Somerset won't want to sacrifice their third position. Gregory in bowls, and this is played late by Noah Thane out into the offside. Again, there's no run. Warwickshire going reasonably well now. They've lost 4 early wickets against Notts. They're now 87 for 4, still 29 runs behind. So Warwickshire win looking unlikely, which if they were to win and Somerset were to lose, then Warwickshire would overtake Somerset into 3rd place. Gregory to Thane. This is played into the onside, but only to Tom Lammonby, who fields, and not much happening in that over from Lewis Gregory to Noah Thane. Nicely played by Thane. 393 for 7 at the end of it.
And for Essex, they are 7 shy of that 4th batting bonus point, which I think would just ease nerves further. The taking of the wickets hasn't been ideal, but they've been adding those runs, been doing the maths on what's been going on elsewhere and how that affects things. They did have bad light at Headingley in the match between Yorkshire and Durham, so they did take an early lunch, but 110 overs done, and Durham weren't able to add to their bowling points, so they have finished with 4. Yorkshire got 6 as Craig Overton is running in to begin a new over. He's into Bracewell, who defends that one away from his stumps into the leg side for no run. So in that game, a draw would give Durham 152 points, a defeat 144. Hampshire have taken 3 bowling points in their match, so they're on 145. So they need to draw, win, or if not, they need to hope that Durham lose. So it kind of feels like it's a 2-horse race at the bottom of the table to join Worcestershire in relegation, as that one comes off the bottom edge of the bat from Bracewell into the leg side for no run. If you've kept up with all that, well done.
But, well, Durham are the favourites for relegation.
Yes,
I think it would be
short,
fair to say, wouldn't
yes.
it? That's assuming, I mean, if Hampshire win, then they're safe.
And they have begun their chase. I did have
Safe as long as Durham don't win, that is.
Yeah, Hampshire 7 without loss. They need 174 to win, as Overton is in, and that one is through to Rue, who's tumbling behind the stumps.
Well, from a narrow, selfish point of view, I think I'd rather Hampshire stay up than Durham, because it's not so far to Southampton.
That is a long old
It is to
journey
Chester
from
Street.
Somerset, isn't it? No, I haven't made the trip to Durham. Well, Essex didn't have a game there anyway this season. But Overton is in. That's past the outside edge of Bracewell's bat through to Rue. Good ball.
It's great when you get there.
Which is often the case when we travel for a sport, isn't it?
It is. I mean, Durham itself is a beautiful city. Chester the Street's slightly less so. It's rather a straggling place, is Chester the Street, as its name would suggest, stretched out along the old A1.
Overton is in over the wicket, and Bracewell's trying to flick that one round the corner. He misses it, gets himself in a bit of a tangle. It's through to Rue, and there's a bit of an appeal as to whether he actually did feather it.
I think it just clipped the pad on its way through. Lots of appealing this morning from Somerset. Most of them answered in the negative. But Craig Overton finally winning an LBW decision from umpire Russell Warren against Michael Pepper, last ball before lunch.
Overton is in, shorter ball, which is played out into the offside by Bracewell. That's the end of the over, so another maiden. Essex remain on 393 for 7.
And Harry Everett has left us to be driven back to Taunton by Chris Rue.
Chauffeured.
Chris Rue's decided he'd rather watch the Ryder Cup on television than his son James keeping wicket for Somerset, which I don't think shows much family loyalty, I have to say.
I guess one comes around more regularly than the other.
Yeah. Well, you'll have both of his sons to watch as from the middle of next season, I suspect, because Thomas will come into the side once he's completed his A-levels. Gregory in and bowls down the leg side. I think that's probably clipped the pad. James Rew flings himself to his left to try and make the stop. Craig Overton will retrieve from just inside the fine leg boundary, and there was bat involved. 2 runs. A crew. But I suspect there may have been some pad as well, otherwise the ball would have raced down to the fine leg boundary. Overton takes up his position at second slip, sunglasses perched on the back of his head. This is bottom edge down to short fine leg. James Rew this time retrieves, sends in the return to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and they take a single. 396 for 7. Thane on to 5. Thane just having a look at what sort of a season he has had. He's played 12 matches, all but one. 379 runs at 23.68, with a highest of only 54. So he's not been setting the world on fire. Gregory into Doug Bracewell, who stretches, does his very best to get an outside edge on that.
No ball,
I think that was it's rather a cursory no ball signal from Nigel Long, but no ball it was, because the score has gone up by 2 to 398. Lewis Gregory, I think, is just feeling that cracked bone in his right hand at the moment, just pausing on his way back. Yeah, bending over again. Don't know whether he's going to be able to complete this over, or whether it's just got something wrong with his left boot. He's obviously not happy at the moment, and I don't think he is going to complete the over. No. He's taking his sweater from umpire Nigel Long.
It's been more of a limp rather than the hand from the way he's moving.
Oh, well, that's rather a sad way for... he's
there he is running
jogging
off now.
Don't know what's... whether the... Ben Green comes on as sub. It isn't as if the ball was whacked back at him, but I was watching the batsman, I must confess. But he, I suspect it is something to do with that right wrist or hand problem that he's got. But Casey Aldridge is going to complete the over. 4 balls remaining. He's in and bowls down the leg side, and half-hearted semi-appeal for a catch down the leg side. And I hope that isn't the end of Lewis Gregory's season. But we will see. Casey Aldridge in bowls down the leg side. Working up a decent pace from the Graham Gooch end is Casey Aldridge, but those last 2 deliveries misdirected. Looking to bowl a full length, fire it in at the stumps and just overdoing it. Not such a big crowd here today as there was for the first 2 days. Aldridge in, and for the 3rd delivery in succession, fires it down the leg side. That one the widest of the 3.
Yeah, just not getting the line right there, Casey Aldridge.
I think he's trying to bowl wide of the crease and angling it into the right-hander, but just not getting it right. There's a chat with his fellow seam bowler Jake Ball on the way back. Tries again. Last ball of the over. In and bowls. Takes Bracewell on the pad, and they go through for a leg bye, which means that Bracewell will keep the strike, and the score goes on to 399 for 7-5 to Noah Thane, and Doug Bracewell yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, been a bit of a slower start after the lunch break. The couple of maidens to start with. Punch of gloves between Bracewell and Thane in the middle. Certainly, you're talking about Noah Thane's batting. He's in the side as an all-rounder, but he's definitely had to be used more for his bowling, as Overton is in a shorter ball which squares up Bracewell and drops in front of him for no run. He has been that fourth seamer for Essex. They've had the availability issues around Sam Cook. He's been off with England, he's been rested, he's now injured, so that's been disrupted his season. And Shane Snater has bowled a lot of overs, has picked up that injury towards the back end of the season, but again he's probably been called on more so for Essex than previously, as Overton is in, and that does get Bracewell on the pad. Big appeal, umpire unmoved.
Yeah, just probably clipping leg stump. Umpire's call.
And they had, at the start of the season, took a little while to get the overseas bowler issue sorted after Shardul Thakur had to pull out, and then they brought in Kasan Rajita, the Sri Lankan, sorry. So those Noah Thane certainly had plenty of experience with the ball over the course of the season, as Overton is in. That one's left alone by Bracewell for no run.
Yeah, Rajita played down at Taunton in that game down there, which was unexpectedly in the end won by Somerset after Essex had been completely in command.
I think that's probably the biggest turning point of the season, really, for Essex. That game at Somerset, from being in a position of dominance and looking like they might go for victory, as Overton is in as a waft from Bracewell behind the stumps to Rue for no run, from looking comfortable to then that collapse when Jordan Cox suffered the injury, having the injury to
252 for 2 to 259 all out.
Yeah.
252 for 3 to 259 all out.
And then Paul Walter picking up injury at a similar time. It really felt like that was the point of the season where it became a bit more of a concern, as Overton is in, and that's in the air from Bracewell. It should be caught. Ben Green is watching it. It's taken a long time to reach him, but it does reach the hands of the sub-fielder Ben Green in his wide brim hat. And that is the end of Doug Bracewell's short innings. Essex lose another wicket before they reach that 400 mark. They are 399 on the board.
And a six-for Craig Overton, 6 now for 79. His best figures of the season. That was also a 6-for. So that was 6 for 23, which I fancy was against Sussex. Sussex at Taunton, I suspect.
So 399 for 8. Essex still 34 short of what Somerset made in their first innings.
Yeah, Somerset could even take first innings lead, whereas at 277 for no wicket, that looked distinctly unlikely.
And Charlie Bennett.
Has he got any batting pretensions, Charlie Bennett?
To be honest, I haven't seen, well, I've only seen him play well, he's played all the One Day Cup, but he made the appearance in the T20. We'll wait and see. wasn't required in the previous match last week at Warwickshire, because obviously they only got 1 day's play there. Two youngsters, Bennett the teenager, Noah Thane 20-year-old at the other end, and that one is driven by Bennett, solidly meeting the ball from Overton into the offside for no run. So that's the end of the over wicket maiden for Craig Overton. Essex remain on 399, but they have lost an 8th wicket and they trail by 34.
Yes, good comeback for Somerset today. I suggested on Twitter last night that they was looking forward to it, or looking down the barrel of a day that when they would be chasing leather all around the Ambassador Cruise Line county ground here at Chelmsford. It's not proved to be like that at all, as they've picked up 6 wickets. 104 for 6, Essex today. This is turned into the onside for a single, and that is a 4th batting point for Essex. And the Essex faithful, I think, have decided that that is the crucial batting point. But we think it was probably the 3rd batting point at 350 that ensured Essex's first division status. But that is absolutely nailed on now. Phew. Is Aldridge to Bennett and gets a bouncer. Good bouncer, and he sways out of the way of it.
Yeah, he's not short as Charlie Bennett, but that just got him ducking out the way.
It tends to be the taller batsmen who get into more of a pickle against the short stuff. Shorter batsmen obviously haven't got quite so far to get down and tend to be pretty good on the hook shot or the pull shot. Aldridge in and bowls, and a big swish and a miss from Charlie Bennett. Don't think he was very near that delivery from Casey Aldridge. Still just got the 2 slips, so Somerset not over-attacking. Somerset now with 2 bowling points. Another wicket will give them their 3rd. As Aldridge in and bowls, and this is just nudged down to fine leg for 4 runs. Nicely played by Charlie Bennett. Ball from Aldridge that was heading down the leg side and just helped on its way. As the sun comes out. 404 for 8.
I think that one just took everyone a bit by surprise that it had enough on it there to reach the boundary.
And those are the first runs that Charlie Bennett has scored in first-class cricket, as Aldridge is in and bowls, and this is played nicely to mid-wicket. He looks as if he can bat. It's Charlie Bennett, and looks as if he can hit a long ball as well.
You might as well hit a boundary for your first-class runs.
He's been playing in the Metrobank one-day cup?
Yes, yeah.
Did he score any runs in that?
Let me get it up. He, well, it was when we were at Somerset, he made his T20 debut. That was a bit of a baptism of fire for him.
This is driven back past the bowler, won't be a run.
In that game, I think Essex would rather forget.
Did Somerset win down at Thompson?
No. Just the 2 matches.
Well, Somerset will have to go some to make it 4 out of 4.
He made a top score of 11, I think, but then again,
Be interesting to see how Noah Thane plays it now. I think we'll get a fairly clear indication as to Charlie Bennett's batting credentials.
As Overton is in to Thane, who plays that one out into the offside for no run. So he batted 7 times in the One Day Cup, making his debut this year. High score of 11, 25 runs. So he was only required 5 of the on 5 of the occasions.
I was just going to say, probably didn't get many chances.
But no, certainly impressed with what we saw from him with the ball. Good prospect as Overton is in, and that one is defended by Thane for no run. I think from an Essex point of view, the director of cricket, Chris Silverwood, identified early on in the season that maybe there was a gap in the fast bowling products coming through the academy. You have the older, more experienced ones who are playing regular first team cricket, and then you've got the likes of Bennett and Mackenzie Jones who are still late teens, and you're just missing.
Somerset have got a similar problem, a big age gap between Craig Overton, who's 31, and
he's in to Thane, who drives that one along the ground to mid-off. Ben Green, who's still on for the Somerset captain, Lewis Gregory, fields for no run.
And then you've got Alfie Ogborn, who is 21. And JT Langridge, who is 19, I think. So Somerset, I'm fairly sure, will be looking to sign a couple of quicker bowlers during the off-season.
Overton is in, and that one is played back past the bowler to Ben Green, who's busy in his sub-role.
Been persistent rumours that Josh Shaw, the Gloucestershire seaman, will be coming down to Taunton, but not yet confirmed. Casey Aldridge, of course, fills that gap between Overton and Ogborn, as indeed does Ben Green, but they're both on their way elsewhere.
404 for 8, short of delivery from Overton, which Noah Thane escapes from through to Rue, who doesn't have his father watching on at the moment. Hopefully he's listening on the long journey home.
I'm sure he is. I'm sure Harry is as well. They might, of course, be listening to the Ryder Cup.
We've been overruled there. Overton over the wicket, driven by Thane. He gets enough on it that time for a boundary. It will evade mid-off and run away for 4 runs. Good shot by Noah Thane to move Essex on to 408 for 8.
Yeah, handsome shot. Jack Leach just gives Craig Overton an encouraging pat. And Ben Green brings him his sweater. Ben Green in a white floppy sun hat. He's on for Lewis Gregory's coming back on. So whatever it was, it obviously wasn't too serious. But, Ben Green is staying on, in fact, because Tom Lammonby is just jogging off.
I heard you talking a bit about his departure yesterday. Was that a surprise then?
Ben Green, not entirely. He's been at Leicestershire for most of the first-class season. This is up in the air, but it's going to land perfectly safe. Full shot from Charlie Bennett, looking to hook Casey Aldridge and getting in a bit of a tangle, but the ball landing safely between Lewis Goldsworthy coming in from long leg and James Rue running back from behind the stumps. But he's never really nailed down a place in the county championship side for Somerset, and he does want to play all forms. So he was offered a new contract, as this is played square of the wicket by Noah Thane to Archie Vaughan, but decided that he would rather go to Leicestershire, where he is a pillar of their very successful county championship side, which of course earned promotion to the First Division. So Ben Green will be playing First Division cricket next year.
Yeah, that makes sense then, doesn't it?
But he is. He has been a very important part of the Somerset white ball blast side, as just playing a miss and a ball outside his off stump from Noah Thane. And he's a local boy from Exeter. Went to the same school and played for the same club as Tom Lammerby, and they both came into the Somerset side at the same time together in the COVID year when they opened the innings together. But never quite worked out for Ben Green. I think his highest score for Somerset in first-class cricket, only 54. Aldridge in and bowls, and that's just short of. Craig Overton took an edge. That wasn't a catch.
Good
Flew
stop.
off the edge, and a good stop by Overton. Plunging down to his right.
I think Thane just needs a calm head here. He was tempted into playing that one.
Rather a wild swipe. Suggests that Noah Thane doesn't have a huge amount of confidence in Charlie Bennett at the other end. Aldridge in, and this is played solidly into the offside. And there'll be no run. Sun is trying to break through. And there isn't so much breeze today as 2 previous days.
It certainly feels like it's died down after lunch as well.
Aldridge in and bowls to Thane, who pulls this fiercely away through straight mid-wicket for 4 runs. He had all the time in the world, Noah Thane, there to latch onto that and whack it away between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4 runs. 413 for 8. Just 20 short now of parity, Essex. Craig Overton going to bowl another over, see if he can add to his 6-wicket tally so far.
And he'll do so with that sunshine. And still jackets and coats. A couple of bobble hats as well, the Essex bobble hats I can pick out in the crowd. But when that sun does shine, you can really feel the heat as Overton is in to Bennett, who defends that one up towards mid-off for no run.
Yeah, it's very pleasant now, isn't it?
Definitely had that autumnal feel this morning with the cold start, and the slightly cloudy overcast conditions. Had a bit of sunshine on the penultimate day of the county cricket season as Overton is in to Bennett, shorter delivery which he has pulled away. And he reacted well to that delivery from Craig Overton and gets another boundary. He's second of his maiden first-class innings with the bat. Charlie Bennett, Essex onto 417 for 8.
Well, he latched onto that pretty well. But I think the fact that he's playing the pull shot will encourage Craig Overton probably to give him a bit more short stuff.
It's been effective for Craig Overton, hasn't it, in this Essex innings? It was Tom Wesley, the first wicket to fall this morning.
He's got Simon Harmer last night with a short one as well. Onside field being reinforced with Archie Vaughan being sent back to deep square leg.
Overton is in, another shorter ball which Charlie Bennett tucks out of the way of on this occasion. And he's maybe got a couple of things to say to Bennett there?
I don't think yet. I'm
Or was
not
he
sure
just
he
having a
said
look at
anything.
it?
I just think he just gave him the
Giving him the
death
glare.
stare. Jack Leach just warming up. Going through his bowling action. Haven't seen any spin today.
No, I was just thinking that actually. Overton is in, and that one's driven back by Bennett, and then has to get back to his crease sharpish because Overton was ready to throw that one at the stumps if the opportunity came.
Overton just having a bit of a joke with Nigel Long, the square leg umpire, because the bowlers have been warned against gratuitously throwing the ball at the stumps if it's hit back to them. But it's perfectly legitimate to do so if the batsman's out of his ground, and I think Bennett probably was out of his ground.
Overton in again to Bennett, who was thinking about having a pull at that one. In the end, it's through to Root, and that's another shorter delivery, so we can see Craig Overton going for that line of attack against the young Essex man.
I think a Yorker is what's called for now.
In comes Overton, it's full of length to Bennett, who drives that one into the offside, takes a single, he'll keep the strike, and he's survived an over of Craig Overton, who has picked up 6 wickets in this one. Essex 418 for 8.
We're going to see some spin. I fancy we might be. Jack Leach is taking his cap and sweater off, handing them to umpire Nigel Long. I think it's a good move by Lewis Gregory to bring Jack Leach into the attack, try and pick up these last couple of wickets. Jack Leach, who can feel himself pretty hard done by not to be in the England squad to contest the Ashes in Australia. But he seems to have fallen out of favour with the England setup for whatever reason. There's been no sign of Shoaib Bashir with the Somerset squad here for this game. He was down at Taunton last week, not in the side, but with his teammates, and we still don't know where, if anywhere, he's going. He hasn't got a new contract. Somerset haven't offered him a new contract, and nobody else has either. So, as things stand, he'll presumably stay with Somerset on a pay-as-you-play basis. Jack Leach then, from the Graham Gooch end to bowl to Charlie Bennett. Bennett is forward, playing it back.
Just it's quite a bizarre situation, isn't it? For him to be that well thought of and liked amongst the England setup, but
Leach bowls, gives that one a little bit more air, but again, just played into the offside, and there's no run. Well, you only have to, look at his first-class record to see his Test match record is terrific. Leach bowls and Bennett's back on his stumps. In Test cricket, he's taken 68 wickets at 39 runs apiece. In first-class cricket, he's taken 87 at 51.5, and for Somerset, he's taken 14 at 74.8. Leach bowls, and Bennett plays this back to him.
remember him making his first-class debut here.
He did, and that's when he was spotted, because there was a YouTube film of him taking wickets as that's played with the offside, which was seen by Ben Stokes, and Ben Stokes said to Brendan McCullum, "Here, Baz, have you seen this?" He looks like a useful off-spinner, 6'4" tall with a high delivery point. And it all went on from there. As another defensive shot from Charlie Bennett, content to keep Jack Leach at bay in that over. And that was the first time I'd spoken to Shoaib Bashir. Interviewed him at close of play after he'd taken, I think, it was either 3 or 4 wickets. And no, he didn't. He took 1 for 124. But he obviously did enough to merit a close of play interview, I think. Jake Ball coming back into the attack.
I just always remember him having quite a long conversation at the close of play with Simon Harmer. They were standing away to our right-hand side for a very long time.
Absolutely,
chatting.
yes. That was at the end of the game, wasn't it? Yeah.
So Ball figures from the Sir Alistair Cook end is in. That's clipped into the leg side by Noah Thane, who's largely been watching Charlie Bennett be ducking and diving and pulling from the other end. Single, 419 for 8.
I don't know whether Jake Ball will try him with a short ball. He's not a great purveyor of short stuff, Jake Ball. He's not really quick enough. Just moving Ben Green around squarer on the third man boundary.
His figure's 0 for 51 as he is in, and that one is driven to mid-on firmly by Bennett. What's these overs now? Is this into his 16th?
It is, yep, 16th. None for 51.
So we were hearing earlier from Ben Wallace, part of the Essex Cricket in the Community setup, as Ball is on his way in to Bennett, who's driving for another boundary. That's going to whistle off the outfield for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Charlie Bennett to drive that one into the offside. Essex 423 for 8. 10 runs short now.
Yeah, handsome shot.
We were hearing earlier from Ben Wallace talking about the school they've got in today watching. Saw them out on the outfield at lunchtime. They were having a bit of a chat. I think Nick Brown was out there with them talking to them, and they got their chance to have a look at the pitch at lunch, and they're sheltering back in the Felsters School stand away to our left-hand side.
Fellow umpire Nigel Long, and they've decided between them it's not fit for purpose. So we're going to have a ball change, which Somerset will probably be reasonably happy about. That particular ball didn't seem to be doing anything very much. It was really the old ball first thing this morning that was nipping around a bit. When they took the new ball, it seemed to do less.
I did wonder if that would have been a consideration as to whether to take the new ball, but I guess you never know if it's going to do the same. Charlie Bennett is on to 14, so earlier we were talking about his List A highest score of 11, and here he is with his first innings in first-class cricket, and he's got 3 boundaries within that 14, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, in the game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston with the Kookaburra ball, Somerset used the same ball for 157 overs because it was hard for the batsman to get it off the square, because it didn't go out of shape, to be credit to the manufacturers for that, but it just got soft.
Yeah.
There was a stage when they managed to get it reversing, but that stopped. So they just kept using the same battered old ball, with Jack Leach wheeling away, and kept the scoring rate down. It didn't make for very exciting cricket.
So we're back underway. Shorter ball from Ball, and that is over the top into the leg side for 6 from Charlie Bennett. Well, he's certainly enjoying himself out there now, isn't he, with the bat?
Fine blow. Jack Leach is saying it was 4 rather than 6. 4, and Nigel Long agrees with him. It was Russell Warren signalled the 6th. I don't think Russell Warren could actually see where the ball finished up.
I'm not sure we can either on the.
But it must have been very close to 6. But Jack Leach, who's the closest fielder to the path of that ball signal for, and Nigel Long had a good look at it as well.
Essex now 6 short of Somerset's first innings total. It's a confident shot either way from Charlie Bennett, right-handed. A shorter ball again from Jake Ball, which Bennett ducks out of.
Well, it's good to see a number 10 batsman batting like a number 10 batsman should, going for his shots.
Jake Ball in from the Sir Alistair kick end to Bennett, and that one flicks off the pad as it's turned into the leg side. They'll take a leg bite for the final ball of the over, so Bennett is taking the strike. Noah Thane watching on, he's on 15, Bennett is on 18, Essex 427 for 8.
There's Tom Lammerby just coming back on. Somebody else must have gone off because Ben Green is still out there in his white floppy sun hat. Fancy it might be Craig Overton who's gone off momentarily. Cola Cadmore at slip. As we peer into the sunshine, which is shining brightly into our commentary box. Leach then to Bennett, just loses his walk up. Does Jack Leach takes 1, 2, 3, 4 walking strides, then breaks into a trot and drops a catch. As that's driven back to him, and Lewis Gregory misses fielding it out in the deep. So what ought to have been a wicket ended up going for 4. It wasn't an easy chance to Jack Leach, but he'll be disappointed that it didn't stick.
Yeah, it was just out of reach as he tried to grab that one one-handed.
I think he just got something on it though, didn't he? Sun's shining in our monitor, so we can't really see. Leach again to Bennett, and this time he just lobs it gently back to Jack Leach. Well, rather a tame way to end your maiden innings in first-class cricket, but it's an innings he will remember for a long time. He's made 22 as Charlie Bennett before he's caught and bowled by Jack Leach, and it is 432 for 9.
Yeah, rather, like you say, tame dismissal for Charlie Bennett with the flourishes that we've seen from him, the boundaries that he's hit. Is that 5 fours for the 22 runs that he has scored out there, and certainly promising signs from him with the first opportunity we've seen him with the bat in first-class cricket. He was part of that team at Warwickshire last week, but with all the rain there wasn't an opportunity in that game. But here he is helping Essex towards parity, and Jamie Porter, the final man out for Essex, to try and get them over the line alongside Noah Thane.
Well, it looks like Warwickshire are going to be beaten at Trent Bridge. They're 104 for 7, still 12 runs behind. So, which would mean that Somerset would be confirmed in 3rd place as a minimum. And Hampshire look as if they're going to beat Surrey. They need another 130, 51 without loss down at the Utility Bowl, which would mean that Somerset, if they could win this game, would go 2nd. Leach then to bowl to Jamie Porter. He's in bowls, and this is lofted down the ground. In case the Aldridge can't see it, he lost it. It's gone for 6. Signalled by Nigel Long.
Hello, Jamie Porter. I was just going to say that Essex have got just under 5 overs, and I wonder how hard they would go to try and reach 450, and that next batting point. Obviously, the more pressing thing is just the 1 wicket, but Jamie Porter.
The ball's gone out the ground, I think. It's gone out the ground. They're having to get another different ball. Sir Warren jogging down towards us. Jake Ball bringing out the selection for him to choose from. Fine blow from Jamie Porter.
No getting yourself set, just off you go.
And he's having a big chat now with Craig Overton and James Rue. These two teams know each other very well in lots of fierce tussles in recent years. Notably that came down at Taunton 2019 when Essex won the county championship, and then the following year at Lord's in the final of the Bob Willis. So Leach to Porter, who again goes for aggressive shot, and Essex are now ahead by 5 runs. Leach in and bowls shorter, and Porter looking to smash that down the ground as well, but just comes off the bottom edge.
And they're sending men back. Koda Cadmore's going out.
He's got 4 overs after this. He doesn't need to go mad. 4 overs in which to score 12 runs. Field is spread. Leach bowls, Porter swings, and that's up in the air, and is going to be brilliantly caught out there by, I think it is indeed Josh Thomas, and that is the end of that Essex innings. They've been bowled out for 438 with Jamie Porter last man out for 6. Just the 1 scoring shot, but a very handsome scoring shot it was as well, and a good catch by Josh Thomas running back at extra cover to give Jack Leach his 2nd wicket. Leach finishing with figures of 8 overs, 2 for 46, as these bowling figures disappeared very rapidly off the 2 for 47, beg your pardon. But there we are, honours even. 438 plays 433, and we could have a very interesting game of cricket on our hands.
Yeah, it's certainly been an interesting day 3 so far. I'm not sure when Paul Walter and Dean Elgar were at the crease yesterday afternoon that we maybe expected Essex to only be those 5 runs ahead by the close of their innings, but it's certainly been Somerset's day. You see the ball nipping around in the conditions earlier on today, and they've picked up the wickets. Positive innings to see from Charlie Bennett, the 22 he made. Jamie Porter wasn't hanging around, and I'll just be interested to know whether that was the tactic for them to just go out, be aggressive, try and...
Yeah, I suppose so. It didn't seem to make much sense, though. As I said, I mean, they only needed 12 runs for a 5th batting point and had 4.5 overs in which to get it. So you didn't need to be smashing it down the ground every ball.
Or maybe he was just keen to get out there and bowl at the Somerset top order, who we will see back out there in 10 minutes' time.
We might. Well, we will see, but it could be that these two sides will contrive to set up what could be an exciting finish tomorrow. Let's hope so.
And we'll be back in time for the start of the Somerset innings here on BBC Essex, BBC Somerset and the BBC Sport website and app. So I hope you can join us in a few minutes' time. Welcome back for the Somerset second innings here at Chelmsford. Essex and Somerset, day 3 of the final county championship match of the season. Essex have a 5-run lead going into the second innings of this game, and I think it'll be really interesting over the course of between now and tea. I think we'll really get an idea, Anthony, of how this game could pan out over the course of the final sessions.
Absolutely. We've got 57 overs remaining in the day's play. So if Somerset go along at, what should we say, 3.5 runs and over, the lead of around about 200 by the close. They could look to score some quick runs in the first hour or so tomorrow morning, and then declare, and then give themselves 2.5 sessions to bowl Essex out, and which, on the evidence of today, would not be impossible, because today Essex have gone from 295 for 2 to 438 all out, which means they've lost 8 wickets in adding 143 runs. But I still think this is a pretty good pitch, but we will know more after we've seen a few overs of Somerset second innings. Somerset bowled well today, but not that well, and they did put down 3 catches as well. Well, 4 in fact, although the last one wasn't too expensive. Jack Leach missing a caught and bowled, but then getting his man with the very next delivery. So here comes Jamie Porter then to bowl the first ball to Archie Vaughan, who plays that with soft hands so that it lets it hit the bat and runs out into the covers where Charlie Bennett fields. We've got Dean Elgar at first slip, Simon Harmer at second, and Paul Walter at third. We've got a backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-wicket, and yes, there we are, a long leg. So fairly conventional field for Porter to Vaughan, and I think that will be a leg bye to get things underway for Somerset. In fact, they're coming back for a second leg bye, well run, and Doug Bracewell a little bit slow coming in from the boundary to get onto that, and well spotted by Archie Vaughan to come back for the second. So Somerset 2 without loss, 2 leg byes. Archie Vaughan could do with some runs. He has set out his stall to be an opening batsman. It hasn't really justified it by results so far. Porter is in and bowls and goes past Archie Vaughan's outside edge with an absolute beauty. Classic Jamie Porter delivery, that one. Just bowling from wide of the crease, angling it in towards the right-hander, and then getting it to hold its own off the pitch, as he has done so often in his career and so often against Somerset. He's got the second best average for Essex bowlers against Somerset. Oh, and this comes inside edge onto pad. Prior to this game, Jamie Porter taken 51 wickets at 19.35. The only Essex bowler with a better average against Somerset is Stan Nichols, who was a stalwart of Essex in the 1930s, all-rounder, who took 138 Somerset wickets at 15.57 runs apiece. Must have been quite a cricketer. Porter in and bowls, and again draws Archie Vaughan into a forward defensive push, that ball, and beats the outside edge.
I think that'll be encouraging signs for Jamie Porter.
It's a hybrid pitch, we were told by Nick Brown yesterday, this one. So you wouldn't expect it to deteriorate much with the polyester woven into the surface. Porter bowls, And there's runs here for Archie Vaughan as Charlie Bennett chases that down towards the boundary at third man, but gives it up. And that goes away for 4 runs, 6 without loss, 4 to Archie Vaughan and the 2 leg byes. But plenty of encouragement in that over for Jamie Porter and Essex as he went past Archie Vaughan's outside edge twice.
Well, we saw Michael Pepper with the bat, but he isn't out there with the gloves. Simon Fernandez continues to deputise for him behind the stumps due to that hand injury that he sustained on day 1. Doug Bracewell's going to open the bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end for Essex. Returning to Chelmsford after his previous stint here a couple of years ago.
What's he played? Oh, just the 2 games. So he's been here for September,
Just
effectively.
the final part of the season.
The run-in.
Whereas I think previously, I think he was the start of the campaign in his previous spell, I seem to remember. So, on is even, as Bracewell is in, and that one is off the bottom edge of Thomas's bat, and picked up by Paul Walsh, who comes out of the slips. A lot of Essex have got their long sleeve jumpers on, but thankfully for both of us, Anthony, well, I found it easier to pick them out, but I can see the numbers.
I think I've seen enough of Essex.
You've seen enough that you can pick them out anyway. Bracewell on his way in to Thomas, who's knocked that one through the offside. That's going to race away to the boundary, the second boundary of this Somerset second innings. That's going to take them to double figures, so on to 10. And that's the first runs for Josh Thomas, both him and Archie Vaughan on 4 apiece.
Yes, Josh Thomas, who was so impressive in the Somerset first innings on his debut appearance.
10 without loss. Bracewell is in, and that's a drive, well stopped in the covers by Noah Thane, who got down to that one.
I say debut appearance, it wasn't actually his debut appearance. He did play as a concussion substitute for Tom Abel in the last game, so that counts as an appearance, but it was his first innings because he didn't get a bat against Hampshire.
Bracewell coming around the wicket. That one's fielded at backward point by Bennett for no run.
He's naturally quite an aggressive left-hander, is Josh Thomas. Likes opening the batting. He's been either opening the batting or batting at 3 for Somerset seconds for most of the season, and been playing with moderate success, not opening the batting in the One Day Cup, coming in lower down at 6 or 7. Bowls left arm spin as well as his batting.
Bracewell is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Thomas for no run.
Somerset will be hoping against hope that he is the answer to their opening batting problems. I think this is the 30th different opening batting combination that Somerset have tried since Marcus Trescothick retired in 2019, and none of them really have worked out.
Bracewell is in, and that one's defended by Thomas. So just that 4 from the over. The second over of the Somerset second innings. They're 10 without loss. It's chilly out there. Simon Harmer's got his snood on.
He has. But then he is South Africa, so he probably feels the cold a bit more than one or two of the Essex boys who are used to the east wind sweeping in from the Urals.
Got to keep warm if he's required for the bowling.
Jamie Porter then to bowl his second over. He's bowling to Archie Vaughan. Vaughan drives nicely, but fielded by the Essex skipper Tom Wesley at mid-off. It's a weakened Essex attack, this one, without Sam Cook and without Shane Snater. Bracewell and Porter, and then Noah Thane probably coming on first change. Porter in bowls and is met by a solid defensive bat this time by Archie Vaughan. And you would expect Simon Harmer to have a pretty good bowl, and he got the odd ball to turn in the Somerset first innings, but it wasn't much more than that. And the fact that Jack Leach didn't bowl today until after lunch suggests again that there isn't a huge amount in this pitch for the spinners. Porter in bowls, driven nicely by Vaughan, but again won't get it past Wesley. Jack Leach picking up 2 for 47, which means that he's taken his season's tally to, I think it's 52 now. Yep, 52 at around about 23 runs apiece, which is far and away the best return by English qualified spinner. There's another good ball from Porter, is defended by Archie Vaughan. And quite a few of those wickets been taken away from Taunton as well. Obviously a match-winning performance for Jack Leach in the game against Durham. But the pitches at Taunton, that one apart, haven't been particularly spin-friendly this season. That's Porter's in and bowls. This is driven nicely straight, and that's 4 runs to Archie Vaughan. Jamie Porter tried to make the stop in his follow-through, but it evaded him and sped away down to the straight boundary for 4 handsome runs. He moves on to 8 and the score on to 14 for no wicket.
He put a hand out in vain to try and stop that, did Jamie Porter. He didn't have a chance. Matt Critchley chasing as well. Wasn't going to get there with the pace of that.
Porter, and well, Archie Vaughan drew his bat inside the line of that delivery from Jamie Porter, but I think it was a posthumous withdrawal. I think the ball had already gone past his outside edge. So Vaughan survives, not without difficulty, and Somerset 14 without loss, which means that they have a lead of 9.
You mentioned the bowling attack for Essex. Doug Bracewell opening alongside Jamie Porter, and I think probably if you look at Essex's county championship matches over the course of this season, it's been only a handful of games where you've had Jamie Porter and Sam Cook in the same side, or indeed the whole of the bowling attack being that full strength bowling attack. And that was really evident to see when Essex picked up the win at Hove in July against Sussex, the difference that having everyone available made, as Bracewell is in, and that was played back past the bowler by Thomas for no run.
Yeah, it strikes me as, as an outsider, obviously, that Essex don't have tremendous bowling reserves. You've got Cook and Porter and Harmer, and obviously in this game Doug Bracewell, and if he's fit, Shane Snater.
Critchley with his leg spin.
But beyond that, there isn't very much.
Bracewell is around the wicket, and that's defended by Thomas.
So do you think Chris Silverwood will be looking to sign?
Well, they've
a few bowlers?
they've already adding for next season. They've already announced a couple of signings for next year in order to kind of account for that. But I think that was really something
Who's coming
that
then?
he was identifying earlier in the season for that. So one of the signings they've brought in is Zaman Akhtar.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll have him, and the other one as well as Bracewell is in, and that one's pushed up towards mid-off. Mitchell Colleen is coming in as well. So they're already trying to strengthen the bowling reserves, and like I say, they're just bridging that gap between those youngsters coming through the academy with a bit of experience from elsewhere around the counties. Spoke to Sam Cook earlier in the week, who's out with that thumb injury at the moment. If you missed it, you can listen back to Around the Wicket from Wednesday on BBC Sounds, and he said he's felt a strange season because it has been disrupted, and although he's been involved in that England setup, he hasn't played as much cricket as he would have liked to, as Bracewell is in, and that one's just dabbed down for 4 runs by Thomas. He picked out the gap there past backward point and finds the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it must be rather a bittersweet season for Sam Cook, obviously playing his first test match against Zimbabwe, but then rather falling out of contention with England, and his season with Essex disrupted by injuries, because he is such a good county bowler. Whether he's quite got what it takes to succeed at test level, it remains to be seen, assuming he gets another chance.
18 on the board for Somerset. They lead by 13 as Bracewell is in, and that one is played into the leg side by Thomas. And it goes back to as well how many other, well, feels like bowlers at the moment, but maybe you could argue about the batting from previous times. Really good bowling performances in the county circuit that aren't picked up or aren't rewarded by England or don't translate, whereas we're talking about Shoaib Bashir not necessarily doing that at county level, but having that test record.
It's almost as if they disregard what's happening at county level.
Playing overhead as Bracewell is in, and Thomas looks to drive that one, and he's picked out another gap for another 4. So Somerset finding the runs early on in this second innings. That's the end of Bracewell's over. They're on to 22 without loss.
Yeah, not at all where he intended to hit that, Josh Thomas. It was a thick edge. Went hard at it, looking to drive that away through the offside. But all along the ground. And as we've been saying, he likes to play his shots. 12 runs from 12 deliveries. And Somerset getting off to a fast start. I'm not sure that they're consciously trying to score runs quickly. I think the approach will be just to go out and play their natural games and see where they are at the close of play. As Porter is into Vaughan. I think about a single, but it's not there. Josh Thomas in his first innings was going along just below a run a ball for quite a long time, certainly in the morning, and then became rather becalmed after lunch when the Essex bowlers really got their act together. Essex didn't bowl very well at all in the first session of this game and allowed Somerset to get away from them. Here's Porter to Vaughan, who drives nicely. But this time it is stopped in his follow-through by Jamie Porter. Aeroplane, light aeroplane goes overhead. No sunshine at the moment. It's rather heavy cloud. Not sure that the light is going to permit us to get right through to the close, with still a good few overs today to be bowled. Porter in bowls and comes off the bottom edge down into Archie Vaughan's pads as he was looking to play a back foot cover drive. But ball coming back into him this time and taking the inside edge. Tall and slender is Archie Vaughan, 6'3", I should think now. He's grown over the last year. As Porter is in and bowls and plays this solidly out into the offside.
It's funny, isn't it? Because he doesn't. It sounds silly to say. He doesn't look as tall in the field, but then when you see him at the crease with the bat, you'd realise he's high. I guess that's probably the same for a lot of them. But when he was fielding in the covers earlier on, I don't think I would have estimated the height as I would now seeing him there.
Well, he's got the pedigree. Oh, and this goes past his outside edge. I nearly did for him there. As he groped for that outside the off stump. The two batsmen haven't changed ends yet. Archie Vaughan has taken everything from Jamie Porter, and Josh Thomas everything from Doug Bracewell. Porter then to Vaughan. Plays it back to him. Porter fields it, tosses it to Simon Fernandez, the stand-in wicket-keeper, and that is the end of the 5th over of the Somerset second innings. They're 22 for no wicket. It was a maiden over and a good over as well. And Vaughan has 8 and Thomas 12, and the other 2 runs leg byes.
You're listening to Victoria Polly and Anthony Gibson on the penultimate day of the county championship season.
Sad, isn't it?
It's when we all start to see our colleagues in the press next door and people. I saw one of the stewards at lunchtime and he said, "Oh, that's me done now. I'll see you in April." It comes around quickly though.
Yeah.
Doug Bracewell has Josh Thomas to face once more, who turns that one into the leg side, picked up well by Matt Critchley, who's on his toes, eager to be involved.
I think he was looking for a bit of exercise to warm himself up. Must be a little bit chilly out there for the fielders. 1 or 2 standing there with their hands in their pockets, Simon Harmer and Paul Walter.
Charlie Bennett's doing some stretches. Bracewell is into Thomas, who turns that one into the leg side again. There's a race between Allison and Critchley to the ball, keeping themselves amused in the field. So I'm going to look elsewhere. Bad light still at Headingley, so they are off. Yorkshire 453 for 8. It's a lead of 107.
Not looking good for Durham, is it?
No. In comes Bracewell, and that one is played towards backward point where Paul Walter collapses onto the ball. No run.
Yeah, good captaincy there from Tom Wesley, taking Paul Walter out of the slips and putting him in that sort of gully position, which is where Thomas has picked up two boundaries, not 3 actually.
Hampshire 76 for 2, so they need 105 to beat Surrey. Bracewell is in to Thomas, who plays that one up to mid-on to Matt Critchley for no run.
Yep, go Hampshire and go Nottinghamshire. As if Nottinghamshire are on the verge of, I think Warwickshire are 9 down.
Yes, they are,
13
yes,
ahead.
yeah.
So It looks pretty much Nottinghamshire's game, which means that there's no threat to Somerset's third place position. And if Surrey do get beaten, then if Somerset can win this game, they'll go up to second.
And they lead by 17 in the second innings as Bracewell is in, and that was defended by Thomas.
I must say we haven't seen anything in this innings so far that suggests that we're going to see a lot of wickets falling quickly.
As we saw at the beginning of, well, both innings really, in the first innings.
Porter's been the more threatening of the two Essex opening bowlers. Having said that, Bracewell will probably take a wicket with this delivery, going round the wicket.
Took 2 apiece in the first innings as Bracewell is into Thomas, who defends that one back, and it's hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, where Archie Vaughan is in his crease. End of the over, maiden from Doug Bracewell, 22 without loss, still on the board for Somerset.
2 maidens in succession. So Somerset's scoring rate has gone back to around about 3.5 runs and over, but it's still perfectly respectable. 2 young openers, Archie Vaughan 19 and Josh Thomas just 20, have a chat together in mid-pitch. Still haven't changed ends. And with a left-hand, right-hand combination, it's something that they ought to be aspiring to do, to rotate the strike, so as to make life a little less straightforward for the Essex opening bowlers, as Porter is into Vaughan and gets that one coming back in to him, taking on the thigh pad, but no harm done. A little bit of extra bounce there from Jamie Porter. Charlie Bennett continuing to warm up, go through his practice bowling actions. Backward point, clapping his hands there by way of random encouragement. Porter in, bowls, and coming right forward, playing it up to Tom Wesley. Jamie Porter, when he's running in, looks as if it's all a bit of a struggle. His arms pumping. But one of the most effective opening bowlers playing county cricket at present. Oh, he's bowled! Really good delivery from Jamie Porter, pitched right up, and Archie Vaughan drawn into playing a big off drive, missed it, may have been a little bit of inside edge, but back onto the stumps. In fact, the middle stump has been broken and is being brandished by Simon Harmer, who now tries to throw it like a javelin. But that's the end of Archie Vaughan. Another disappointing innings from Archie Vaughan. He's gone clean bowled by Jamie Porter for 8. It's 22 for 1.
Great ball, great delivery from Jamie Porter. We've seen those deliveries from him early on in this Somerset second innings, where they were just outside the edge of the bat. Just a couple of oohs and ahs from the crowd because it looked close, but lovely delivery to pick up the first wicket of this Somerset second innings for Essex.
Well, disappointing for Archie Vaughan. Finishes his season with a batting average of around about 20, I'm guessing, highest score of 80. And he's a better player than that, but still very much a work in progress. I hope he perseveres with opening the batting. We've got a replacement stump, middle stump, which doesn't have the sponsor's logo on it, which makes it look as if we're playing cricket in the 18th century, because from this distance it looks almost as if there are only 2 stumps. Tom Lammonby, the new batsman. So Somerset effectively 17 for 1. Essex having taken the first innings lead of just 5. Porter bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, comes forward, plays that with a dead bat out into the offside, and there's no run. Lammonby, who made 47 in the first innings. He felt LBW. Oh, and it goes past his outside edge, and Essex think they've got their man, but Russell Warren doesn't, and he's the man who counts. Couldn't really tell from here, but terrific delivery again from Jamie Porter. Phew. He did well to miss that, did Tom Lammonby?
I thought there was a noise, which is why there was so much of an appeal from behind the stumps, but it's hard to see whether maybe it clipped a little bit of pad as it went through. It was very close.
Certainly was. A terrific delivery. Angled in at the left-hander and then leaving him off the pitch. As Porter in again, bowls to Lammonby, and this time he plays around his front pad. Keeps that out up to mid-on, but a wicket maiden for Jamie Porter, who now has figures of 4 overs, 1 for 8 with 2 maidens. Somerset 22 for 1.
Yeah, solid start from Jamie Porter. Lovely wicket from him as well. There's conversations going on because we are going to see Charlie Bennett come on from the Sir Alistair Cook end. So Doug Bracewell out of the attack.
Do you think that the sponsors only supply 6 stumps for each game?
They haven't put the...
Does look very strange, the middle stump at our end. It's a completely different colour, and it's almost the same colour as the pitch, so you can barely see it from this distance.
It does look rather odd from this angle, doesn't it? So Charlie Bennett enjoyed a cameo 22 with the bat. Is in to Thomas, that's left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, it was a proper tail-enders innings as well, wasn't it? Swinging the bat enthusiastically and quite skillfully as well.
Successfully with the 5 boundaries. Which was good to see. Certainly someone that's earmarked for a good future by Essex. He picked up 3 wickets in the Somerset first innings.
And he has the longest run in county cricket, I reckon.
Oh no, Shane Snater might rival him, I reckon, as Bennett is in, and that one's left alone outside the off stump once more by Thomas.
It's a good 35 yards.
Yeah, it takes him a while to get back there, doesn't it? And he's handed the ball by his captain, Tom Wesley, fielding in his usual mid-off position. And Bennett with 85 on his back. He's coming in around the wicket to Thomas. He turns that one into the leg side. Has he managed to get away from the Graham Gooch end yet?
No,
Josh
he
Thomas,
hasn't.
He's not. All 12 of his runs coming against the bowler, bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
(32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 36 steps, paces.
Bennett is in, and that one is cut away, and it's well stopped by Matt Critchley, getting down to it as it looks sure to make its way through to the boundary. He's just inspecting a finger, I think, as he stretched out the hand to stop that, Critchley. But that does get him off strike.
Yeah, 36 paces, and he's a big lad, is Charlie Bennett, so each of his paces must be just about a yard. So I reckon he's running in off 36, 37 yards, something like that.
23 for 1. So Bennett is in, and that one's driven towards mid-off for no run by Lammonby. Well, Hampshire have lost a third wicket in their match with Surrey. 85 for 3, so they need 96 runs to win that one. They've taken tea at Headingley with the bad light there, and Yorkshire, well, it remains them on 453 for 8 as Bennett is in, as big appeal is given. Second wicket down. Bennett in on the action for Essex. Lammonby goes without scoring, and Somerset 23 for 2. It's a lead of 18 in the second innings.
Stone dead, and it's the second time that Charlie Bennett has accounted for Tom Lammonby, LBW, in this match. He got him in the first innings after he'd made 47. This time he's got him without a run on the board, and that would have taken out the middle stump if Tom Lammonby's pad had not intervened. So a disappointing end to the season for Tom Lammonby. He will finish with 810 runs with 2 centuries and 3 50s. That's an average of round about 34. Good, but not brilliant. And he's a better player than that. But maybe just a little bit late on the shot. And maybe just playing a little bit across the line. But good piece of bowling by Charlie Bennett.
Yeah, it makes things interesting. We said this, what was it when we started the second innings, an hour to tea maybe? That was around about the time frame. It'd be interesting to see where we were by the interval as to how this game might pan out. 2 wickets for Essex. Don't know.
Well, we've had 10 wickets in the day so far. 10 wickets at 143, 166 runs scored and 10 wickets taken, which putting a ever more favourable complexion on that partnership of 277. And Charlie Bennett getting a good round of applause as he takes up his fielding position down at long leg. New batsman is James Rue, another left-hander, but he's not on strike. It's Josh Thomas facing down the leg side, and there was a nick there, and Fernandez diving across to try and get a glove underneath it.
It's leg buys.
Leg buys. It was great excitement amongst the close catches, but wouldn't have made any difference other than saving 4 runs if Fernandez had managed to take that catch. 27 for 2. As Porter is in and bowls to Thomas. Plays that defensively. And Paul Walter comes charging in. Wouldn't want to get in Paul Walter's way, would you?
He gets a high five for it as well.
Essex fielders very animated at the moment, as well they might be, picking up 2 early wickets. And well, they'll have hopes. Both sides now will have hopes of winning this game. Porter steaming in from the Graham Gooch end. Oh, and he goes past Josh Thomas's outside edge. Thomas groping for that ball outside the off stump, goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. Watch the replay. No, I think he just played inside the line. Whether he was playing for that one to leave him. Playing down the line of the off stump, the ball holding its line. through to the wicket keeper. The cloud's just getting a little bit heavier overhead at the moment. No threat of rain. Porter in bowls to Thomas. This time plays that defensively into the offside, and Charlie Allison does the fielding. Very animated, having a whale of a time out there, the Essex fielders.
And the towels are
at
up,
the moment.
aren't they? They seem buoyed by what they've seen. The Essex spectators here are fully engaged, with having seen 2 wickets and a couple of tempting deliveries as well. I think it could be more the light that's going to be the issue as we go further into the day 3.
Porter to Thomas. Good examination this of Josh Thomas. Good examination of his credentials as a opening bat in county championship cricket. Tests don't come much tougher than facing Jamie Porter at Chelmsford on a wicket that is just nipping about a little bit. 10 wickets having fallen in the day so far, as Porter is in and bowls, and that's played late by Josh Thomas. Keeps it out, and applause for another good over from Jamie Porter, who has 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8, and I fancy that's his 3rd successive maiden over, and a very good one it was too. But well played by Josh Thomas.
So Charlie Bennett, who picked up the wicket of Tom Lammonby in his previous over, which was saw him into the attack, will continue. And James Rue, whose dad has gone to watch the Ryder Cup, or so we think.
Yep, driving back to Taunton, even as we
Unless
speak.
that was just Harry's excuse for not wanting to be in the commentary box with us any longer. As Bennett is into Root, and that one's through to Fernandez, who's keeping for Essex behind the stumps for no run.
Well, Somerset could do with some runs from James Rue. He reached his 1,000 runs in the county championship this season in his first innings, when he looked pretty good. I was surprised when he got himself out, or was got out. He'd made 74, caught behind.
Bennett is coming around the wicket to him, defends it back up the pitch for no run. That's as you were saying, Anthony, the smallest crowd so far of this match, but bar the school children, who are probably headed back ready for the end of the school day. Those who have made it have stayed to watch on to see how this unfolds, as Bennett is in, and that
Shot.
is driven, maybe not where he intended, but it's driven for a boundary. You think he meant that?
I think he meant that. I think that came off the middle of the bat.
31 for 2.
It was short and wide. Just watch the replay. Yeah.
Oh no, he did, yeah. It was maybe a bit deceiving at the first glance.
Two King's College Taunton boys, these two. Josh Thomas and James Rue. Great nursery it has become for Somerset cricket.
Bennett into Rue, who whips that one through the leg side this time for 4. No doubt about that one, finding the boundary.
Nice juicy leg stump,
Moves on
half
to
volley.
8.
Just what a batsman needs early in his innings to get himself going.
It's starting to get a bit more traffic noise coming from the city centre as we approach that time on a Friday. At least it sounds like it's moving at the moment. as Charlie Bennett is on his way in to Rue. Wraps on the pads this time. There's a half appeal from the Essex field as they trot through for what will be a leg bye.
Was going a long way down that one. Lucky to get away with it. Could easily have gone for another 4.
We've got the noisy motorbikes in the background as Bennett makes the way back to his mark. And turns, and he's on his way in. Somerset 36 for 2 as Bennett is in. Fuller delivery, square drive. It's going to be chased to the boundary. I think it's going to be beaten, or at least it will beat the fielder. So Somerset have 40 runs on the board, 2 wickets down. It's a lead of 31, and that's the end of the over.
Yeah, not such a good over that from Charlie Bennett, going for 12 runs. But he's certainly got everything that it takes to be a fast bowler. But it does take him a time to bowl an over. If you're walking back nearly 40 paces. How many overs have we got? 45 overs remaining in the day's play in 2.5 hours less 20 minutes. Well, I don't think we're going to get that many in by the scheduled close, as Porter is into Rue, who looks to play that favourite cover drive of his, going down on one knee, but doesn't time it. It's fielded by Charlie Allison at short extra cover. He plays his shots with a real flourish, does James Rue. He, like Jordan Cox, on the fringe of the England setup in red ball cricket, as Rue is forward, playing this defensively into the offside. Very different styles of players, of course. Jordan Cox, more of a dasher. James Rue, more classically trained, but both equally talented.
Just need Jordan Cox to be able to keep injury free so he can get that England chance. It's rather been his downfall, bad timing with injuries this season.
Porter's in and bowls, and Rue thinks about playing a shot at that, decides he doesn't need to. Just lifts his bat out of the path of the ball, lets it go through to Simon Fernandez, the stand-in wicketkeeper for Michael Pepper, who damaged a finger or a hand in the Somerset first innings. Somerset 40 for 2, so they're 35 ahead.
Nottinghamshire need 18 to win, by the way.
Good.
Warwickshire all out for 133.
Porter to Rue. Gets one that doesn't bounce quite so much, but defends that. So Somerset safe in 3rd place at least, which is where they finished last season. And I think most Somerset supporters in their heart of hearts would have settled for 3rd place at the start of the season, because it didn't look the strongest Somerset squad that has taken the field in recent years. That's another defensive shot from James Rue.
It's getting interesting elsewhere again. They're back on at Headingley. The light is improved. So Yorkshire with that 109 run lead over Durham, but Hampshire are wobbling in their chase of 181. They are 96 for 5.
Oh no. Oh dear.
That's not what you wanted to hear.
No, it's not. It's not. We want Hampshire to win so that Somerset, if they win, will go above Surrey. Porter's in and bowls, and this is driven by Rue, but again, he doesn't time it as well as he might have done. It's fielded by Wesley at mid-off. The end of another good over from Jamie Porter, and at the end of it, Somerset 40 for 2, and Porter has now bowled 4 maiden overs on the trot. And well, terrific performance. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 wickets for 8.
I think he was hoping.
Sorry, 1 wicket for 8.
I think he was hoping he might be able to come off for a comfort break there, but then he saw Noah Thane had beaten him to it, and he was turned back onto the field.
We've got quite a long way to go to the tea interval, which would, if they were bowling their overs in a timely fashion, would be at 4:10. As it is, we've got another 12 overs to go before the tea interval, so that'll be 10-4.
Charlie Bennett from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Oof, that was just past the outside edge of the bat. Thomas shaping to play. It's more encouraging after an expensive previous over from Bennett. He's figures 1 for 13. This into his 3rd over. I wonder how the nerves are at the Utilita Bowl right now. It's overcast and cloudy here at Chelmsford again. Shorter delivery from Bennett, which is defended down the pitch by Thomas. Good to see the Division 2 champions Leicestershire, Chris Wright, on his final appearance, picking up another wicket. And did have a spell here at Essex. Things are coming to a conclusion elsewhere, as Bennett is on his way in, and that one is defended by Thomas, pushing forward at it. No conclusion here yet, with Somerset 40 for 2, a lead of 35. Earlier in the day, Sussex beaten Worcestershire by 3 wickets. Remember, Worcestershire already relegated. And actually, everything else still in play, some nearer the end than others. Particularly keeping an eye on that Hampshire-Surrey game, as this time Thomas gets low to the ball, trying to find a gap in the offside. He will only pick out Matt Critchley, though, for Essex, and that will be a dot ball. So, good recovery here from Charlie Bennett. Anthony's busy to my right-hand side doing some sums. Cricket Division 1 related, I think. He's trying to work out various scenarios as Bennett is into Thomas, and again that's just past the outside edge. Good bowling this from the youngster Charlie Bennett for Essex.
Well, basically, Hampshire need to win and hope that Durham draw. Hope that Durham are beaten. If they win this, they're pretty much safe. That will give them 161 points. Durham have got 144 at the moment.
Bennett is in, and that one's driven. Mid-off will collect for Essex. End of the over, a maiden from Charlie Bennett. His 3rd over, he's figures 1 for 13. Somerset 40 for 2. 12 overs of the 2nd innings gone, and they lead by 35.
Yes, well, must be very tense indeed down at the Utilita Bowl. Not so tense here, although we could have an interesting game of cricket on our hands. And we're going to have a bowling change. Bracewell coming on from the Graham Gooch end. As light is already, it's not murky, but it's not as bright and light as it was. And we should now be going in for tea. 9 minutes past 3. But won't be until around about 10 to 4, I think. Another 11 overs to be bowled before the tea interval. First of them, Bracewell coming around the wicket to Rue, turns this into the onside. There'll be runs here, probably 2 of them, as Noah Thane pursues the ball towards the boundary in front of the pavilion, sends in a pretty inaccurate return. 2 runs though are indeed taken, and Rue moves on to 10. 42 for 2. Hampshire, if they don't win, will finish with 145 points. Durham, as things stand, have got 144. So a draw would be enough for Durham. Bracewell bowls, handsome drive from James Rue, well fielded by Tom Wesley, moving smartly to his right at mid-off. They take the single. 43 for 2, Rue on to 11. Heavy cloud overhead now. Rule out spot of rain, but for the sake of this game of cricket, it'd be good if we can get in as many overs as possible today. Here's Bracewell in bowls, and that's driven, and that'll be 4 runs. As Critchley couldn't get across on this occasion from mid-on, didn't come out of the middle of Josh Thomas's bat, but he got plenty enough on it that if it eluded the fielder at mid-on, it would go down to the straight boundary, which it did. So 47 for 2, Thomas on to 21, adding to the 86 that he made in the first innings. Bracewell in again and bowls, and Thomas just waits for that, just dabs it down into the onside. There's no real pace in this pitch, so batsmen have got plenty of time to play the ball off the pitch, even with a medium pacer, fast medium bowler like Doug Bracewell. I think he's bowling at around about 77, 78 miles an hour, something like that. Charlie Bennett probably a couple of ticks faster than that. Bracewell in to Thomas, who plays that without much timing, comes off the bottom of the bat up to mid-off, and there won't be a run. Somerset now 42 ahead, but they've lost those 2 wickets of Archie Vaughan. It was clean bowled by Jamie Porter for 8, and Tom Lammonby LBW to Charlie Bennett for the 2nd time in the game without scoring. Last ball of this Bracewell over. It's driven handsomely away through the offside. That, I think, will run away for 4 runs to the boundary, just in front, and a gallant effort out there by,
I think it's Mackenzie Jones who's on.
Mackenzie Jones, the subfielder, sprawling to try and stop that ball going over the boundary rope in front of the Felsted School stand, failing to do so. 4 runs to Josh Thomas, and that's the Somerset 50 on the board. 51 for 2, 25 to Thomas, and 11 to James Rue.
Yeah, still no real threat of wet weather, but it's just grey and dull here at Chelmsford. That wind, probably not as strong as the last couple of days, but you can definitely see that there is a breeze around.
Is it going to be sunny tomorrow?
It was meant to be.
It'd be nice to have sunshine on the last day of the season. What does it say on the BBC weather website? sunny intervals and light cloud.
I think we'll take that. Bennett is in, and he's caught on the pads, but it's quite high up on James Rue.
Good ball.
Just missed the replay.
Well, he had James Rue in quite a lot of trouble there, as that one nipped back into the left-hander.
Didn't look comfortable.
No.
Bennett, collar up, turns on his mark and makes his way into Rue, and edges that one through the gap in the offside and runs away for 4 more.
Yeah, I think that, again, just opening the face on that, playing it with soft hands. So even though it didn't come off the full face of the bat, it stayed down.
So after getting in a bit of a tangle with that first delivery, James Rue scores 4 off the second. He is on to 15 and Somerset on to 55 for 2. In comes Bennett, and that one's turned into leg side, and there's a big call and no between the batters as it's picked up just in front of square leg. Remains 55 for 2.
These two know each other pretty well. Might be almost exact contemporaries. Josh Thomas is a year older than James Rue, who will be 20, I think, in November. No, he won't. That's nonsense. He's 21 already.
Bennett is in, and that one has found the gap in the offside again between the slips and backward point, and that's another 4. So James Rue certainly aware of where the boundary is here at Chelmsford. 59 for 2.
James Rue, the youngest batsman to reach 10 centuries in first-class cricket since the great Dennis Compton. Quite a claim to fame. He's only 21, but he comes across as a sort of veteran of this Somerset side.
Bennett is on his way in. Rue's on to 19. Shorter delivery again. He just gets Rue fronting up to it. We've seen both extremes here in this over, haven't we? We've seen Rue getting himself in a bit of a tangle to those deliveries from Bennett, and then on the other occasions he hasn't. He's picked out the boundary for 4. .59 for 2 as Bennett is in. Oh, that's up in the air from Rue. Under it will be Noah Thane. He's got a lot of time to think about it. Safe hands, safe catch. Bennett gets his second wicket, and James Rue, well, he just managed to sky that delivery from Bennett, and he goes for 19. Somerset 59 for 3.
Waste of a wicket. He went for the... Not quite sure where he was trying to hit that, but he got a top edge on it, and straightforward catch. He was looking to whip it away through the onside, and Somerset need to be careful here. They do bat a long way down, but not that they've got much to lose. Don't think they've got anything to lose, but Hampshire are now 6 down, 105 for 6, needing another 76 to beat Surrey. So second place is sort of disappearing into the distance, and Notts needing just 18 runs to beat Warwickshire, which would remove any remote threat to Somerset's third place. So So, oh, it's Tom Kohler-Catmore. This could be fun. You never know quite what you're going to get from Tom Kohler-Catmore, but you know it's not going to be boring. That's the last ball of the over from Charlie Bennett, who now has 2 wickets. And he's getting another very well-deserved round of applause as he wanders down to take up his place down underneath, not literally underneath the stands, but underneath the part of the stand that we can see away to our right. So he's down at long leg. Josh Thomas will be on strike to another over from Doug Bracewell. Somerset effectively 54 for 3. 2 slips and a gully. Bracewell in and bowls to Thomas, who turns this into a big gap on the onside for a single. 60 for 3. Thomas on to 26. Tom Kohler-Catmore well wrapped up. Mop of dark hair protruding from beneath his batting helmet. Goes down and gives the pitch a good prod. Takes his guard. Slightly crouching start as Bracewell's in and bowls to him. He's forward. Not giving Bracewell the charge just yet. He likes to come down the pitch to the fast bowlers, does Tom Kohler-Catmore, just to put them off their length. But he did that in the first innings, and it was his undoing. Nicked one from Jamie Porter through to the wicket-keeper. Under a gloomy afternoon here now at Chelmsford. Bracewell in and bowls, and Kohler-Catmore plays this up to mid-on to Matt Critchley, and there's no run. Kohler-Catmore having a good look around. Good to see people in all of the stands here. None of the stands completely empty, closed off. Good ball is from Bracewell. Played defensively by Kohler-Catmore. Even with a relatively small crowd, there's still a good atmosphere here. Sense of occasion.
The last couple of days of opportunity for spectators to see the people that they probably usually sit with or only ever really see when they come to cricket.
Bracewell into... Oh, bowled! Late on the shot was Kohler-Catmore, and his off stump is leaning back at an ugly angle. And, well, Kohler-Catmore gone third ball without scoring. And well, Somerset in a spot of bother here. 60 now for 4, and Kohler-Catmore gone clean bowled by Doug Bracewell for 0.
Well, those stumps at the Sir Alistair Cook end are really taking a hammering, aren't they, from the Essex bowlers. That middle one different because of the damage that Jamie Porter did earlier on, and then the other one just having to be angled back in. Good delivery from Doug Bracewell, but late decision from Tom Kohler-Catmore costing him. Goes for 0, and Essex will definitely be feeling they've had the better of things, just as Somerset will for the first 2 sessions. Well, the first session and a bit today. I think Essex will have tails up with how they've performed in this Somerset second innings so far.
Yep, Essex definitely in the box seat as things stand. Somerset badly need a partnership. Lewis Goldsworthy, fresh from his century in the first innings. Ideal man, one would have thought, for this situation. He won't give his wicket away lightly. As the light continues to deteriorate, I think it would be fair to say it's deteriorating slowly. But I don't think we're going to be playing here much beyond 5 o'clock, maybe 5:30, if we're lucky. Unless, of course, the clouds lift, which is perfectly possible. So, 12 wickets have fallen today, which seemed implausible yesterday afternoon when Paul Walter and Dean Elgar were putting together that massive partnership. Here's Bracewell to Goldsworthy, plays that defensively, and just the one run and the wicket off that over.
As the lights come on.
As the floodlights come on here at the Ambassador Cruise Line County Ground, and that's Doug Bracewell's first wicket in the innings, and he has figures of 1 for 24 in 5 overs, so relatively expensive. And Charlie Bennett, 2 for 21.
Bennett will be given the opportunity to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. A few more coats going on to our right-hand side for those sitting in the Tom Pearce upper stand. It's actually quite well populated. People are making the most of the uncovered areas. As Bennett is in, and that one is played out into the offside by Thomas, fielded by Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, coming around from mid-off. He'll be pleased with what he's seen from his bowlers so far, and you can see that breeze picking up in the way in which the fielders' trousers and jumpers are sort of billowing as they move.
Lewis Goldsworthy, the last of the Somerset specialist batsmen. Got the 3 all-rounders to come in next: Aldridge, Overton and Gregory.
Bennett is in, or that one is wide of off stump, left well alone by Thomas. Still intriguing elsewhere. Hampshire 113 for 6. They need 68 to win that game against Surrey. And the bad light is continuing at Headingley. They didn't really get out for much more at all. Yorkshire 465 for 9 with a lead of 119. Bennett is in, better line that time from the Essex youngster to Thomas, who plays it back down the pitch for no run.
Well, Josh Thomas, very much the main man for Somerset on his first proper appearance in a first-class game of cricket. Technically it's his second, but first time he's actually batted in first-class cricket.
He waits. Bennett is in. Oh, and that's a good delivery. Oh, I don't know how it's missed there, but
it was a good delivery as well. Nipped away off the pitch.
Just watch a replay of that one. Yeah, just coming back and just over the stumps through to Fernandez. But there's more encouraging signs from Charlie Bennett and his bowling. Jamie Porter might be watching on with interest. He's still off the pitch at the moment for Essex. In comes Bennett, and that one is whipped away by Thomas. He does pick out the man in the deep, though, on the offside, which is Matt Critchley. So it will just be a single, but keen to get himself off strike. First runs of this over.
Annoyed with himself for picking out the fielder there, because it was short and wide.
61 for 4. He's on 27. And Goldsworthy will have this final ball of Charlie Bennett's over to face. Can he and Josh Thomas build a partnership which Somerset need? 61 for 4. As Bennett is searching for more wickets. That one is whipped into the leg side and it just drops and rolls towards Noah Thane for no run. So end of the over, just a single from it, and Somerset 61 for 4. Charlie Bennett's figures 5 overs, 2 for 22.
Yeah. It's bowled very well, I must say. Very promising. And he's got plenty of scope to get even better with the physique that he's got. Big, tall, strong young man. But these two really do need to put a partnership together. Casey Aldridge probably due in next, and he got 180 in his last game down at Taunton against Hampshire. But can't be guaranteed to get runs. Then Craig Overton, who's been batting very well, and Lewis Gregory with his damaged right hand, who may not even come in until 10 or 11. Jack Leach was sent in at number 9 in the first innings. Here's Bracewell to Thomas, who turns that out into the onside and takes a comfortable single out to Noah Thane. Field changes for the right-handed Lewis Goldsworthy. 2 slips and a gully. Simon Armour in his white snood at second slip, hands in pockets. Paul Walter, hands in pockets. In fact, he's coming into a third slip now from gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket as Goldsworthy plays this up to mid-on. It was in the air for a time, some excitement. Floodlights shining out brightly. But players not really casting star-shaped shadows just yet. How many overs have we got? 38.4 overs remaining, so 6 overs after this before tea, as it's played defensively by Goldsworthy, who's got a good temperament for this sort of situation. Doesn't get ahead of himself. Lewis Goldsworthy just plays every ball on its merits.
Nottinghamshire have won. They've beaten Warwickshire by 10 wickets, and Ben Slater has passed 1,000 runs for the season.
So that confirms Somerset as third place is the lowest they can be in the first division for this season, which is good news. Oh, and that almost runs back onto Goldsworthy's stumps as he played it defensively, and it almost ran down the face of the bat and could have spun back onto the leg stump, but fortunately for Goldsworthy, didn't. And well done to Nottinghamshire on crowning their championship season with a win.
Yeah, congratulations for them. Really good to see what they've achieved.
Bracewell in bowls to Goldsworthy. Won't get a run here as he turns that round the corner. Fielded by Matt Critchley. Good tight bowling this from Essex. Bracewell in his 6th over conceded just 25 runs. Just the 1 run off this over so far. Somerset innings having rather ground to a halt with the wickets that have fallen. Bracewell in bowls, and this is turned away for his first run by Goldsworthy down to long leg, just for a single. 63 for 4. Somerset have lost. Archie Vaughan clean bowled by Jamie Porter for 8. Tom Lammonby LBW to Charlie Bennett without scoring. Tom Cadmore clean bowled by Doug Bracewell without scoring, and James Rue caught off a steepling top edge by Noah Thane off the bowling of Charlie Bennett for 19. Josh Thomas is holding the fort out there at the moment with 28. And at the other end just come in Lewis Goldsworthy on 1.
And Charlie Bennett has ball in hand for Essex. Feeling a bit more of a chill around Chelmsford now as he's in over the wicket. That one's just flashed into the leg side for a dot ball to start the over. Goldsworthy on strike. It was a rather busy day of sport tomorrow, with the final day of the county championship season, Saturday, so we'll have our usual football schedule for you on BBC Essex as Bennett is in. That one is turned into the leg side. It's going to be chased to the boundary. Goldsworthy's going to come back for 2 as it's picked up, just slows up in the outfield, and Critchley can get round to it. Got the Women's Rugby Union World Cup final going on as well.
Yeah. England against Canada.
Ryder Cup. There's be sport for choice over the weekend.
And we've got the Ashes to look forward to
Yes,
in November.
to keep us going in the winter. Start prepping for the later nights and early mornings to keep up with it all. As Bennett is in, that's a fuller delivery on the toe of Thomas. They came back for 3 off that last delivery. And this time,
Bit of bat involved there.
they will get a single, yeah, off the bat.
I'm sure there was actually. I think it came off his boot.
That's what it sounded like, didn't it? But 67 for 4.
I don't think the fact that it was a run made any difference to the LBW appeal. It was going down the leg side.
It's just calmed down a little bit now out there, with Goldsworthy joining Thomas at the crease after that wicket for Doug Bracewell of Tom Cadmore. Bennett is in, and that one is pushed into the leg side. Short mid-wicket, Paul Walter does the fielding. Goldsworthy's on 4 from the 10 deliveries he's faced. Josh Thomas is on 29 from 47.
Shadows just beginning to stand out a little bit more clearly now, as the floodlights have a greater and greater influence on the quality of the light.
Bennett is in, and that one's pushed out into the offside. No run. So the lead is 62. Charlie Bennett taking his time back to that mark. The furthest of all of them, marked out on the pitch. A bit of thinking time. What's he going to do with this one as he's into Goldsworthy? And that one is edged down towards 3rd. There is a man out in the deep to sweep on the boundary and pick it up. So it is a single. Lewis Goldsworthy will keep strike for the next over. 68 for 4 at the end of the 18th. The lead of 63.
Yes, I don't think Somerset will be thinking in terms of a declaration now. The priority will be to make this game safe. Although, ironically, were they to get bowled out for 200 or so, it might represent their best chance of actually winning the game. Because if they bat on, then they're unlikely to leave themselves enough time to bowl Essex out a second time. But such considerations very much taking a back seat at the moment.
Oh, it looks even darker on the, just looking at the monitor, it looks even darker from our view of what we can see from the commentary box.
Is Bracewell to Goldsworthy, and Goldsworthy just pushes this into the offside, sets off straight away for a well-judged single as Charlie Bennett comes in from backward point to do the fielding.
Be a nervous tea interval at the Utilita Bowl with Hampshire 113 for 6. They need another 68, but seem to be struggling against the spin, and Dan Lawrence amongst that. He's taken 2 wickets for Surrey.
But they've got Washington Sundar.
No, they have, and he can play spin.
He certainly can.
So I think that'll be an interesting one to keep an eye on once they are back out there. He's at the crease with James Fuller.
Bracewell in and bowls, and Josh Thomas, who hasn't had much of the strike since Lewis Goldsworthy came to the crease, turns that into the leg side there, offering him plenty of opportunities to score runs on the leg side. I guess there is a long leg out of our sight, and there's a deep mid wicket and a bin on, but just mid on saving 1. So premium on Bracewell bowling a off stump line to the left-hander, and he pulls this away, and that's going to be fielded out in the deep by Noah Thane, not cleanly, but makes a good stop. They come back for 2 runs on the slight misfield, but that ball was travelling, and it was a good stop in the end. Thomas on to 31. 71 for 4. Thomas 86 in the first innings, 31 in the second. In his first full game of first-class cricket, very, very promising debut. Bracewell in and bowls to him, and there's runs here again as that's running away towards the boundary, and will reach the boundary in front of the hospitality boxes away on the far side of the ground. Nicely timed that by Josh Thomas. He goes on to 35 and the score on to 75 for 4.
Yeah.
Likes to play his shots and batting very confidently.
We needed someone to stick around alongside him, Josh Thomas, and Lewis Goldsworthy.
Here's Bracewell in bowls, and Thomas goes for an off drive, doesn't time it at all, comes off the bottom of the bat, fielded by Paul Walter in the gully. There's a flock of starlings makes its way across the ground.
There's a huge amount of them this morning, all appeared from opposite us on the ground.
Bracewell in bowls, and this is punched up to mid-off by Thomas, but again not timed. Fielded by Critchley, end of that over, which went for 7 runs. So Bracewell, 7 overs, 1 for 33, and the end of it, Somerset 75 for 4, 70 runs ahead, but having lost 4 wickets in their second innings.
And the lead is 70. We've got a minimum remaining 36 overs in the day, so we're not too far away now from the tea interval, a little bit later than expected, and I think it will just remain to be seen after tea, if this cloud continues, how much more play we will get on day 3. We're going to have a change of bowling, so Charlie Bennett, who is 2 for 27 from his 6 overs, will be replaced at the Sir Alistair Cook end by Noah Thane.
Yes, I don't think the Somerset batsman will be too sorry to see the back of Charlie Bennett. Very promising spell.
In comes Noah Thane then to Goldsworthy. Punched out into the offside for a dot ball to start with. Noah Thane, mentioning earlier when he was batting, has been called upon more with his bowling this season with those availability issues that Essex have had. He is an all-rounder. He's bowled a lot of overs as Thane is in, and that's past the outside edge of the bat. Goldsworthy just moving the bat through to
Just
Fernandez.
drawn into playing at that. Didn't really need to. But good length from Noah Thane. It's the length, I think, that drew him into pushing out at a ball outside his off stump.
Thane is on his way in. 75 for 4 on the board for Somerset. Goes for the shorter delivery, which was played into the ground by Goldsworthy and just drops towards the slips for no run.
Looks like Jamie Porter may come back into the attack.
And so Essex sticking with theme, much like we saw with Somerset earlier in the day. Doesn't look a lot on offer for the spinners as Thane is in. And that one is defended by Goldsworthy. So will Jamie Porter have a go before the tea break, see if Essex can get another breakthrough to take into that interval here on day 3. He's going through all the various stretches and kicks and flicks to get himself ready. Four dot balls from Noah Thane so far, and the first we've seen of him with the ball for Essex in this Somerset second innings. That one's played back to the bowler. A couple of cries of well bowled Noah from around the ground. Goldsworthy's faced 18, he's on 6. Thomas at the other end is 52 deliveries with 35 runs from it. Thane is in, and that one's flushed into the leg side, picked up by Paul Walter. So a maiden to start with from Noah Thane into the Essex attack. 75 for 4, a lead of 70, and Jamie Porter is cap and jumper off, so we will see him again before the tea break.
Yeah, decent over from Noah Thane. There's nothing particularly distinctive about his bowling, though, is there? I mean, he runs in, he bowls sort of medium pace, maybe just on the quicker side of medium. Could be an important couple of overs these, with Jamie Porter coming back into the attack. If Essex can break this partnership, they'll be through to the all-rounders, and will have high hopes of finishing their season with a win. Porter to the left-handed Josh Thomas is in and bowls, and Thomas plays that solidly enough back up the pitch. We've got 2 overs after this before the tea interval, so Jamie Porter will bowl the last over before the tea interval. Three slips, and again a largely unpopulated leg side. Porter bowls, and this is cut away by Thomas. Nice shot, but it'll just bring him a single. 76 for 4. Thomas on to 36. Following on from his 86 in the first innings. These two Somerset batsmen contributing 186 between them to Somerset's first innings score, and they, as Goldsworthy plays this defensively, their teammates will be hoping that they can make a similar contribution in this second innings, because Somerset need it. Rocked back on their heels after Archie Vaughan and Josh Thomas made a reasonably fluent start, but then the wickets started tumbling. Namanby and Koda Cadmore both going without scoring, as Porter is in and bowls and Goldsworthy plays a defensive shot. Archie Vaughan, clean bowled by Jamie Porter, driving. James Rue going to a attempted pick-up shot, got a top edge to Charlie Bennett when he was looking pretty comfortable. Porter in bowls and right on the spot as ever. Jamie Porter making the batsman play.
Maybe it was because it was the first Essex wicket of this Somerset second innings, but the Jamie Porter wicket of Archie Vaughan was probably the most aesthetically pleasing for me of the day.
Yep. No, I think the most aesthetically pleasing for me was Craig Overton ripping out Charlie Allison's middle stump. As another good ball from Porter, another defensive shot from Goldsworthy. Just the one run from that Jamie Porter over, who has no figures which have just disappeared off the board of 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9. Continuing his remarkable record of success against Somerset. 2 overs to go then before the tea interval.
Floodlights are on here at Chelmsford, and it feels quiet elsewhere, but that's because lots of other places will be at tea. Hampshire and Surrey are back underway. Noah Thane is about to begin his second over. In he comes. That one is defended by Thomas. Hampshire needs 63 now to win that one. They're 118 for 7. I think the bad light might have put paid to Yorkshire and Durham today. They've struggled all afternoon really to get out there for any time at all. And Yorkshire are 465 for 9. Leading Durham by 119. Durham probably would have been watching on with interest to see how Hampshire handled that chase, as Thane is in, and that one's played up to mid-on by Thomas. Sliding stop by Tom Wesley. Rolling back the years, the Essex captain, who signed a new 2-year deal earlier in this week for Essex.
It's 36 now.
.76 for 4. Stain is in. That one is turned into the leg side, off the pad, leg by. So 77 for 4, the lead 72. That takes Thomas off strike, that leg by. Goldsworthy will face the next Stain delivery. Darker clouds and chillier conditions, perhaps a cue for a few spectators to drift away, but many stay to watch on, with Essex be pleased with their endeavours so far. As Thane is in, that one is pushed into the covers. That's a good stop there by Charlie Allison, who got low to it, stretched out a hand and make sure that doesn't find a way through for any runs.
Yeah, it was well timed by Lewis Goldsworthy as well. I think if Charlie Allison hadn't intervened, that would have been 4 runs.
Lots of hands in the pockets around the Essex field, trying to keep warm for any opportunities that arise. As Thane is over the wicket and that one is driven. Again, it will pick out this time. Tom Wesley coming round from mid-off to pick up the ball. Remains 77 for 4. Really, those starlings, flock of starlings, are really attracted to somewhere around Chelmsford as Thane is in, and that one's defended by Goldsworthy. On and off all day, they've made an appearance just over the Hayes Close area.
It's a sort of mini murmuration. Nothing like the enormous murmurations that you see over the Somerset levels in the winter. Thousands and thousands of starlings making patterns in the sky. One of the most spectacular sights of winter. Right, we've got one more over before the tea interval, and it could be a very important over as if Essex can break this partnership, they'll take a big step towards finishing their season with a win. As Porter comes in to bowl to Thomas, who turns this up to Charlie Bennett at mid-on, and there won't be a run. Very important from the Somerset perspective that these two are still together at tea. Floodlights shining out ever more brightly against the rather gloomy grey backdrop of cloud as Porter's in a bowls, and as a miscatch there by Simon Harmer as Thomas went for the cut shot. It flew quickly to Harmer's left, but he's obviously very disappointed, as indeed is Jamie Porter. He gets a consolatory pat on the shoulder from tall Paul Walter, but well,
he's so good in the slips, is Simon Harmer. It's not often you see even the most difficult of chances missed by him, and you just see him replaying in his mind how that ball flew at him.
Thomas took the single, moves on to 37, and it's Goldsworthy on strike this time to Porter. Well, that's the 4th slip catch to have gone down today. Somerset put down 3 this morning, and of course Josh Thomas was dropped in his first innings as well by and that was by Dean Elgar at first slip, so he's had a little bit of luck, but he is still there as Porter is in to Goldsworthy, plays that to Bracewell at cover, and there's no run. No real sign of the clouds lifting. Players just beginning to cast shadows from the floodlights. Porter has got quite a long run for a medium pacer, basically. On the faster side of medium. He's in, bowls to Goldsworthy. Plays that defensively. And there's no run. Well, it's been an eventful afternoon session with Essex being bowled out for 438, and with Craig Overton picking up 6 wickets, his second 6-fer of the season, and then Somerset losing 4 second innings wickets as Porter's in and bowls, and this is turned down to long leg by Goldsworthy for a single, and that will conclude proceedings for the afternoon session with Somerset on 79 for 4, which means they have a lead of 74 runs with 6 second innings wickets in hand. It remains to be seen how much more cricket we will get given the quality of the light at the moment, but whatever there is, we will bring it to you in around about 20 minutes time.
Yeah, we'll be back then. I'm going to update the BBC Essex listeners in the 4 o'clock news, and then we will bring you commentary of the evening session here on day 3 between Essex and Somerset via the BBC Sport website and app.
Accused of wounding with intent and possession of a knife following the alleged incident on the Villa Road recreation ground on Monday night. He's been remanded in custody until a further hearing next month. A senior government minister has denied suggestions that giving local communities in parts of Essex millions of pounds of funding is a bribe to try and shore up its flagging support. The Housing and Communities Secretary Steve Reed has announced that Shoebury, the Greenstead estate in Colchester, and the Langdon and Chelvedon areas in Basildon will receive £20 million each over 10 years. Mr. Reed says they were chosen based on need, and locals will be able to
County Championship match of the season, Essex against Somerset here at Chelmsford, where we have grey skies, floodlights are on. We'll see how much play we get with the time at 4:20. Victoria Polly from BBC Essex with you. Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset will be back with us shortly. But I'm very pleased that I've been joined by the Women's Performance Director here at Essex, Danny Warren, for a chat here on commentary with Somerset 79 for 4, a lead of 75 going into this final session of the penultimate day. Evening.
Good
evening.
evening.
I think we can say evening
it
now.
Is, but it's felt like evening for the last 2 hours, hasn't it? Looking behind me in the office is over there, seeing the floodlights come on, you're thinking, now it feels like September. The early morning sunshine we've had recently has fooled us a little bit, but no, really nicely poised here, isn't it? A couple of wickets in that session has given Essex the ascendancy, and hopefully they're gunning for a few more.
Well, I think at least we can be grateful we haven't got rain. I remember being here on the final game of the season last year, and it was a complete washout on the final day. Charlie Bennett is coming into bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and getting low to that one is Lewis Goldsworthy, and he'll pick out the boundary for 4 runs with the first ball after tea. It's a good start, got a little tickle. So 4 through the covers for Goldsworthy, and I think what will be crucial here with Somerset now 83 for 4 is if Goldsworthy and Thomas can build a partnership, then that kind of sets things, you would think, for a draw. But if Essex could take a couple of wickets before we finish, then it does make things more interesting for day 4, as Bennett is in, and that one's just turned into the leg side by Goldsworthy for no run. And we're a couple of weeks out now of the women's season, so a bit of time for review and most importantly probably rest for the players.
Yeah, there's definitely been some rest. Maybe not so much for the backroom staff who are doing a bit of planning and trying to make sure that we're well ahead of the curve when it comes to the return date for the players. But yeah, it's always a long season. We talk about it not being wet. It felt like the last 2 weeks of our season it didn't stop raining, so it was a slightly frustrating end at the end. But yeah, nice to finish as played back down the pitch and a dot ball. But the players some of them have gone abroad already. Some of them are just taking the opportunity to see their families and making the most of that time. We've done some good reviewing though. We've sat down as a collective and as individuals and sort of looked back over the season, the things that we felt we did well, and there are a lot of positives, as we've spoken about before, Victoria. There's so many good things that came out of the first year of our life as Essex women, but also the things that we can build on next season.
Now Bennett is on his way in, so we've had a 4 and 2 dot balls, as that one is just defended once more by Goldsworthy. Do you give them guidance on whether you want them to, do you say you've got to have a bit of a rest, or actually no, you can go off and go away? Do you give them the time frames for that?
Yeah, do you know, with some of them it's almost impossible to stop them doing things. That's the hardest thing. I think the ones I've spoken to over the last couple of days have gone, I'm already bored. But no, from a physical perspective, our S&C and sort of performance services departments will be going, look, 2 weeks of doing nothing, like really get off your feet, try and make the most of not having to get up early, like try and go and walk around, go and have the odd swim, but look, we don't want you to do anything that's too heavy. Then sort of a couple of, you've probably got 3-4 weeks where you can really let your hair down, and then it's sort of slowly back up towards coming back in and getting back into the gym, getting into a physical block.
It's another dot ball, that one turned into the leg side on that occasion by Goldsworthy, who's on 11. Thomas at the other end is on 37. He's seen the wickets fall around him. A couple of them have been to this man, young Charlie Bennett for Essex, who is in to Goldsworthy, gets wrapped high up, maybe a bit of bat as well, but that's a dot ball to finish the over, so just the 4 from the first ball. It's 83 for 4, a lead of 78 for Somerset. And you mentioned the positives to take from the first season as a professional side for Essex, but probably a bit of a frustrating season at times.
Yeah, it's cricket, isn't it? You think you've worked it out and something comes along to surprise you. But yeah, look, so many positives, so many sort of players showing us what they can do in glimpses. But I guess what we're all searching for is that consistency, that ruthlessness in the key moments of games that turns that what ifs into wins, which is probably a similar story to the men this season, and they're obviously finding a bit of momentum at the moment, being able to really attack those first innings in the last couple of games and sort of give themselves a good platform to build on. It's probably something that we missed at periods of times, just that platform. We found ourselves just behind the 8 ball a little bit more than we'd want to, but so much to come back to and rely upon.
Jamie Porter is bowling from the Graham Gooch end for Essex, continuing after tea, and that one's just turned into the leg side, and this is in his 9th over of this second innings. 1 for 12 his figures. Are you happy with the balance of the side? You have a younger squad, but even within that younger squad, there is the experience. Even Grace Scrivens, the captain, is young, but has been around and has had international experience as well, as Porter is in. And that one's pushed out into the offside by Goldsworthy for no run. She's been with the England age groups, England A. When you look at some of the other counties, there are the international names. Are you happy with what you have within your means at Essex? Yeah. Look, I think our philosophy has very much been from the outset that we don't necessarily have any of those superstars, but we feel we can be and we should be, I guess, a collective that's greater than the sum of our parts, and that we should be able to demonstrate that a lot of those players deserve to be talked about in the same breath as some of those England players. So I think we're one more year's experience, and experiences in different environments, in different sort of situations. It's been very different playing as a county to what it did as a regional side when we were Sunrisers over the last probably 5 seasons, I think it was in total. It's a very different feel to the way that people sort of look at you and talk about you, which has been brilliant. But it's also sort of, I guess, the girls have seen the other side of the pressure that you might feel in that situation. So very, very happy with the group we have. We know that they're an exciting young group, with another dot ball from Jamie Porter there, and therefore looking forward to sort of adding the quality where we can around them, but like harnessing the experience that they're gaining every week. And as a coaching staff and as the leaders, we've got to try and just ask them the right questions and guide them in the right direction, because all of the talent's there, all of the potential's there. We just need to unlock it. This is Josh Thomas on strike, and that one is played out into the offside uppishly. Picks out the fielder. It's Mackenzie Jones on as a sub for Essex. 85 for 4. Goldsworthy is on 12 and Thomas is on 38. And already recruiting or taking applications for the head coach role, for bringing in someone for the next season? We are, it's been open about 10 days now, I think, so we're getting a few trickle in, but it's that time of year where people in the game are still winding down, I guess. So I think we've got another couple of weeks of being open, and then we'll go through the second stage of the recruitment process of shortlisting and interviewing. But look, again, it's an exciting opportunity to bring somebody new, with a new voice, with a new philosophy, into our group. I think that on the whole, that change is always difficult for people, but when you try and embrace the positives and the opportunities from it, then hopefully as a group we'll come through the other side and see the difference in how we approach things. A dot ball to finish the Jamie Porter over, so just the 2 runs added. 85 for 4. I think we're having a look at the ball, or Thomas is just having a chat with the umpire. Maybe light ball, whatever it is. Charlie Bennett is ready to bowl again for Essex. 85 for 4 from the 25 overs. It's a lead of 80 as Bennett is in, and that one's pushed out into the offside by Goldsworthy, who's on 12 for no run. We were hearing from Nick Brown yesterday on commentary. He was talking about his retirement, but he's been doing a little bit of coaching. He's talked about how much he's enjoyed coaching with the women. Yeah, it's been brilliant to have Brownie around. He's so knowledgeable. He talks so well, but he's also just a great guy to have around the group. Like you feel like you've known him forever when you've only known him for 5 minutes, really. So it's been a brilliant guy to have around. Obviously,
just finished a fantastic career and deserves all the plaudits that he's been getting over the last few days, because as an Essex lad born and bred, I know he was incredibly proud to put on the shirt for the club. So yeah, we're all excited about what the next chapter brings, and he's got so much to give to the game that I'm sure we'd be fools not to sort of tap into that in some way as a club going forward.
2 runs there for Lewis Goldsworthy. That one just turned into the leg side and fielded at deep square leg by Mackenzie Jones, who is on the field for Essex at the moment. And Bennett is back to his mark. 2 for 33, his figures. Lead is at 82 now. Can Essex find themselves a couple of wickets in this evening session on day 3? A shorter delivery, which is left alone by Goldsworthy through to Fernandez with the gloves for no run. And things look a little bit different for Tier 1 next year with the addition of Yorkshire. So is that some schedule things to work out for the powers that be?
Yeah. Well, I suppose first of all, I suppose they've changed the number of fixtures in both of our competitions. So, coincidentally / in line with the men, we've now played 12 T20 matches in the Blast, which has gone down from the 14 this year. Then to accommodate the extra 9th team in Tier 1, we're going to play 16 home and away fixtures in the 50 over format in the Metro Bank. So that means, I think, someone who does the maths worked out, it means you need 18 blocks, and you're going to sit out on a couple of those because there's not an even number. So yeah, it's going to mean probably a slightly earlier start than we've been used to fit everything in, obviously with the World Cup year as well, which is incredibly exciting for the women's game to have the T20 World Cup coming to our shores, and hopefully give us a platform for the young players in this country to showcase what they can do, just like the Lionesses, and then I suppose to talk about other sport, the rugby team will do tomorrow. So yeah, the trifecta will hopefully come off the back of a victory tomorrow for England's Red Roses, and the Women's World Cup will come back next year. So it's going to be a busy summer, whichever way you look at it, and hopefully it'll be one that we all look back on with sort of pride as a sport, because it's going to be really exciting to be able to, I suppose, have our turn in the spotlight.
Single to Goldsworthy turned into the leg side, 88 for 4. So we've had two dots and a single from this Charlie Bennett over. One delivery to come around the wicket to Thomas, who plays that one out into the offside. There is a man out in the deep, so it will be a single, and he'll keep strike for the next over. 89 for 4, and the lead is 84. Has it worked well, the domestic structure, the tiered system? You were able to tap into the experience in Tier 2 with Lauren Winfield Hill on loan this season, but is in its infancy, but has it worked on the face of it so far? It's probably too early to review, I suppose, and I was saying to you earlier, it's kind of hard to keep up with what goes on outside of your little bubble at times, but I think we as a county have probably not seen as many of our contracted players play in Tier 2 compared to a couple of other counties who've moved a lot of players into Tier 2. Big appeal from Jamie Porter there as he wrapped Thomas on the pads and he gets the wicket. So Essex get their first wicket of this evening session, their 5th in the Somerset second innings. 89 for 5, and just as Goldsworthy and Thomas look to be building a partnership, Thomas has to depart for 39 LBW to Jamie Porter. There we go, 550th first class wicket for Essex for Jamie Porter. Big achievement for him. I think it was this time last year he got his 500th for Essex.
Well, what a great season he's had then, hasn't it? When you're chucking 50 on every year, you're doing well. But no, look, a fantastic player, so well deserved to be able to rack up numbers like that, and a really good breakthrough there, isn't it? As you say, they're starting to build a bit of a partnership, and the hope that Essex have to turn this game on and into a victory for them is probably reliant on getting a couple of late wickets today and coming back tomorrow with a relatively small score to chase. So yeah, brilliant breakthrough there, and one that, just reflecting back again on your question around the tier system for us in the women's game, like it's one that we're all going to probably be learning as we go along. We had a number of our academy players played in Tier 2, had some success, which has been brilliant because you see how well that's sort of developed them as cricketers. We also shouldn't forget that there's a Tier 3 as well, which means that there's greater support for another group of players. So I suppose the biggest success has just been the amount of support that a larger number of players are going to get to play cricket at the best level that they can play at. So yeah, hopefully when we come to sort of in the next couple of years and it's bedded itself in, there'll be a clearer idea about how movement works between them, where players sit within that. But for now, certainly I feel like it's been a pretty positive start to the life as a tiered county system.
So Essex here into the all-rounders of the Somerset batting order. Casey Aldridge has come out to join Lewis Goldsworthy. Now, don't forget, Lewis Goldsworthy made 100 in the first innings for Somerset. Jamie Porter is fired up. He's picked up his 2 wickets for 13, into his 10th over. So he makes his way in from the Graham Gooch end to Aldridge, and that's just past the outside edge of the bat. This is good bowling from Jamie Porter. And Essex will feel they've managed to continue where they left off just before the tea break. Some great scenes from the Nottinghamshire Trophy lift. They secured the title yesterday, but they've sealed it with the 10-wicket win over Warwickshire yesterday. And great to see the celebrations going on there. Still nervy times for Hampshire in their match against Surrey. They're 9 down now as Porter is in. That was defended by Aldridge, and I think the light isn't the best, and bad light has stopped play at the utility bowl. So they need 33 runs to win, and you wouldn't want to be in that situation, would you? 148 for 9 with bad light stopping play.
Not if you've got to go to sleep on that, have you? Who's in at the moment? Does he? Fuller's in? Yeah,
Fuller's in. I'm not sure who's with him. Let's have a look.
Yeah, a couple of people are going to have a very sleepless, very restless night, aren't they, if they've got to come back to try and save their Division 1 status tomorrow.
So that one's just played out into
Brad
the
Wheel
offside. Brad Wheel
there with James Fuller.
He's not out 22 deliveries faced. So it's a real dig-in effort, which we have seen Essex have to do on a couple of occasions this season here at Chelmsford. Any standout games for you for the women, Danny? Anything you pick out as a kind of highlight of the season?
Well, there's been a few actually. I think we secured our first win of the season, ironically against the eventual champions here in the 50-over format back in April when we beat Lancashire. So that was nice to get on the board for the first time as an Essex team here. I think it was absolutely brilliant as well to play a couple of double headers with the Chelmsford crowd coming in to support us in the Vitality Blast competition. Wish we might have got over we did get over the line in one, and then we won the first one against Somerset, and then pretty hard fought defeat to Hampshire. So that was absolutely brilliant, and it really, I guess, that welcomed us to the Essex family in a way, to be able to play in front of a larger crowd.
Previous delivery defending back up the pitch, and that one is through, and he's caught. That did take the edge of Casey Aldridge's bat. He watched it through to Fernandez, and that is the 6th wicket down for Somerset. They are 89 for 6. Aldridge lasting just 4 deliveries. He goes without scoring. I don't think he's particularly happy with the decision as he goes off, but the finger went up from the umpire. Just looks like it took a little bit of deviation if we just try and watch the replay. Fernandez, the substitute keeper, remember, Michael Pepper off with that hand injury, takes the catch. Porter with his 3rd wicket, and Aldridge has to go. Entry is free tomorrow, as the news that we're just hearing. So if this has got you thinking you might want to head down to Chelmsford, then there you go. You know it's going to be free.
Oh, Jamie Porter might need to rein it in then. There won't be any cricket at this rate, will there? But no, what a double wicket made, and he's after all the talk of building partnerships, it's, as so often happens in the game, you get one of the two that have been digging in and building, and the next wicket doesn't stay around for too long. So again, the dynamic of the game changes. Lead of 84 now with 6 wickets remaining in the second innings for Somerset. So Essex will be hoping that they might be able to make some inroads and maybe even get the pads on again tonight. You never know.
Wow. That lead of 84 will be interesting, because we've seen how difficult it's been for Somerset to get the runs away in this second innings. Craig Overton, the pick of the bowlers for Somerset, picking up 6. He made 60 in the first innings with the bat. He's coming to join Lewis Goldsworthy. And yeah, that was a double wicket maiden for Jamie Porter. So we will see Charlie Bennett back with the ball in hand. And again, now I'm just looking on at the weather, and I'm sure Anthony Gibson will be looking, saying, "Oh, I think maybe a bit of bad light."
I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's changed. It's been gloomy for most of the afternoon, hasn't it? So it doesn't feel like it's any different to what it has been. We're now at sort of 6:41, so still plenty of time in the scheduled day.
As Bennett is in full delivery, which is played back down the pitch by Goldsworthy. I guess the packed T20 schedule was something for the team to get used to, the amount of short period of time and the travelling involved in that.
Yeah, I think the lack of recovery, the back-to-back, the way that it's scheduled for us. Obviously, we play in a group size similar to the men, but they play in a north and a south division, so you're often travelling to places that are relatively close to home.
As Bennett is in, and that one is defended by Goldsworthy.
But we found ourselves on various road trips that would take in the delights of the West Midlands, followed by Durham, followed by trips to the East Midlands and Somerset and everywhere. So there was a lot of travel and a bit of a break in between as well for England A, which meant that everything felt even more condensed. So credit to the players and the medical staff for managing to sort of keep people in the right in the right condition to get through it.
Bennett is on his way in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's into Goldsworthy, the shorter of the two batters out there now for Somerset, who plays that one back towards the Essex captain Tom Wesley. No run. I think we've got results or delays elsewhere in Division 1. So it is this game ongoing delay between Yorkshire and Durham. Hampshire and Surrey now also off for bad light as Bennett is in, and that one is defended into the offside, picked up by the bowler Bennett for no run. And an exciting winter for Jodie Grucock, who's been called into that England training camp.
Yeah, I think she got home yesterday actually. So I dropped her a message and she replied earlier saying she had a brilliant time. So yeah, I'll try and delve and get a little bit more information when I get to speak to her. But a fantastic opportunity for a really exciting young cricketer to go over there and be part of the preparations for England's World Cup campaign. Like you're going to be around players that you're going to learn so much from and in different conditions. So yeah, we're really pleased for her to get that opportunity.
That's down the leg side from Bennett. Has Fernandez tumbling away to his left-hand side to collect. Remains 89 for 6. We've had 5 dot balls so far from Charlie Bennett. Coming into the Essex setup as well as the cohesion work between the two professional sides, the rest of the academy setup around Essex, has that been a good starting point?
Yeah, like I said, we've been through a lot of change, but it's not just us, it's the whole club. There's people who have had to get used to having a whole new department has just suddenly landed on your doorstep without any warning as Bennett comes in to finish his over and just defended back down the wicket to complete his maiden. But no, it has been fantastic. Look, we've played every one of our home professional matches here at Chelmsford this year, which I do genuinely think we're the only club that can say we've done that, which has been absolutely brilliant, and the support that the club have given us in prioritising the pitch availability and the work that has to be done to get it into the condition that it does. Like, we were still getting belting wickets in the middle of September, so I don't know how Stu and the team managed to do it, but yeah, like I've enjoyed working with Chris Silverwood as the men's director of cricket or the club director of cricket, and he's been a real source of support over the last sort of four weeks since we made a few changes ourselves, so it's been brilliant to work with him. Our medical teams are working closely together. Obviously, the office staff have been fantastic, and it's felt really nice to be part of something as one big club.
As Overton defends that one into the offside from Porter. How's the throat holding up?
It's getting there. It's getting there.
Think,
it's like no one will know it's me. It's fine. If I haven't sent everyone to sleep so far, then we're all good. The Dalek. It is a real voice. This is not superimposed by a computer. This is this is the back end of that. I'm convinced it's that, you know, when you're running on adrenaline for so long, and it just felt like the last 6 weeks of the year were so adrenaline filled that I think I got to this Monday and my body went, oh. That's weird. You don't seem as stressed as you were last week, and decided to give me a cold instead, which was very nice of it. But
always the way.
There we go.
That one's pushed up to mid-off by Overton for no run. Well, I think maybe after this over, we'll see if Anthony wants to come back in, have some thoughts on what he's seen so far. He's shaking his head at me, but
he's enjoying the crossword at the back there.
Might be enjoying it more than a couple of wickets that Somerset have lost in this evening session. It's Porter. He's in over the wicket to Overton. Plays that one out into the offside. There's no run. A high score of 60 this season for Craig Overton. And that was the first innings score here at Chelmsford. I think the crowd has maybe drifted away a little bit in this evening session. It is colder out there and the light was going, but those who have stayed have been rewarded with a couple of Essex wickets. A puff of dust as Jamie Porter is in, and that one is played square of the wicket through the offside. It's been chased to the boundary by Mackenzie Jones, who's sliding stop to keep that one from going for 4. 2 runs added to the Somerset score, and it's the first 2 runs we've seen in 3 overs, I think it is. 91 for 6, a lead of 86, and Craig Overton just stretching out the calves. Trying to keep everything loose. And we've got a minimum of 26 overs remaining in the day. And Porter, a quick word with Captain Tom Wesley. He's in over the wicket to Overton, who defends that one back towards mid-off. Tom Wesley picking up and just motioning to the balcony. Not sure what he wants. He wants something. It's probably not always easy to decipher, is it? If you're up on the balcony and the captain or someone's waving at you.
There's the pointing at things, and there's the glove. There's the drinks are normally quite easy, and then there's a new one when people want an energy gel. It never looks that good when they're asking for one of those. But yeah, you're trying to work out. Basically, you just.
Oh, he's given. That was wrapped. Craig Overton on the pad, and it seemed to trickle through. It missed the stumps. It went through his legs. And Essex have picked up their 7th wicket. Jamie Porter is really enjoying himself in this evening session. He's now 4 for 15. And Craig Overton has gone LBW. He got him all awkwardly tangled up for that one. And that is the 7th wicket down. He goes for 2 from the 6 deliveries he faced. And Somerset are 91 for 7.
I take it back. Essex might not want to put their pads on tonight. They might want to wait until they come back in the morning light and have a bat. But yeah, it's completely squared him up there. And with our view being behind the batter here, I thought he caught the edge, and it might have been a chance that had gone down a slip. But it obviously clattered into his pads right in front, squared him up, and Jamie Porter has his 3rd wicket in 2 overs.
Well, with that 7th wicket down, I think I will make way for Anthony to have some thoughts on this so far, and I'll leave Danny Warren, Performance Director for the women here at Essex, alongside Anthony to see how the next half an hour or so unfolds.
Yeah, it's been a very productive last 4 overs for Essex to pick up those 3 wickets, to suddenly give themselves a sniff of bowling Somerset out this evening. Lead at the moment for Somerset is 86 runs, and Jamie Porter's on fire out there at the moment.
Well, he does have a tremendous record against Somerset. Second best record against Somerset of any Essex bowler other than Stan Nichols, who was a great Essex all-rounder back in the 1930s. But Somerset batting as if they want to be on the bus back to Taunton sooner rather than later. It's been a pretty dismal performance in the second innings.
It is a very long drive, though, isn't it?
It is. Here comes Charlie Bennett in and bowls to Lewis Goldsworthy, who drives that up to mid-off. Cloud just a little bit less heavy overhead. But, down at the, I've just been listening to the Hampshire-Surrey game down at the Aegeus Bowl. Hampshire need another 34, I think it is, to win, with 9 wickets down. Surrey bowling spin from both ends, and they've gone off with bad light.
Yeah. We were just saying there's going to be a couple of sleepless nights for James Fuller and Brad Wheel, isn't there, as they sit there 9 down and overnight having to save their Division 1 status in the morning.
Just bonkers, though. You know, everybody's got to hang around, you know, for another night. And it isn't as if the batsmen have face any sort of physical threat when you've got spinners operating. And I often think when the light's poor, it's more difficult for the fielding side than it is for the batsmen, because the batsmen have got a sight screen, whereas the fielders are trying to pick it up against all sorts of different backdrops.
Yeah, the good thing about the utility ball, I think it's white seats all around, so they'll be able to see the red ball.
Jack Leach is the new batsman, no sign of Lewis Gregory, who's obviously sparing his cracked right hand. Whether he'll come in next or not, he came in at 10 in the first innings. But, the wicket of Craig Overton was a heavy blow because he's been batting really well, Craig Overton. Got 60 odd in the first innings, partnership and nearly 100 with Lewis Goldsworthy. But
he's shown in this game exactly what an exciting cricketer and a dangerous cricketer he is, with bat and ball.
Absolutely. Here's Bennett in and bowls, and this is driven by Leach, but as far as Noah Thane. Yep, Craig Overton, when he took his third wicket this morning, completed 500 first-class wickets, which is not a bad performance. He's not actually had his best season this year. He's bowled pretty well without much luck. He was troubled by tendinitis in his left knee early on in the season. I think that's improved. Here's Bennett in bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Jack Leach. Very promising, Charlie Bennett, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been really excited since he's come into the side. Like I know Chris Silverwood was keen to bring through the battery of young fast bowlers that we have at the club. So to see him get his opportunity is absolutely brilliant. And it's funny, whether it's real or it's in your mind, the ball suddenly seems to be doing a little bit more now than it did 4 overs ago before Jamie Porter took his first wicket in that spell. So yeah, the tails are up for the bowling side at the moment.
Here's Bennett into Leach, who drives. Doesn't time it yet. We've had 15 wickets fall today, 8 Essex wickets and 7 Somerset wickets, and when Paul Walter and Dean Elgar were adding 277 for the first Essex wicket yesterday afternoon, that did not seem very plausible. The 2 umpires are having a chat, but they're going to carry on, I think. They haven't actually taken a light measurement, I don't think. Haven't seen the light meters out.
You can tell from the shadows, can't you? Even though it's obviously not dark, but you can see the four corners of the fielders from the floodlights. So it is difficult. Look, I've never played under floodlights with a red ball, but when you speak to people, it's very different to playing with a white ball under floodlights. So like the floodlights don't have a huge impact in making it more visible for them. It's obviously just trying to ease the effect of the bad light, and in an attempt to get us as much cricket, because look, there's a great crowd in here today. They want to see as much cricket as they can.
Here's Porter into Goldsworthy, who plays and misses at one outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by Simon Fernandez behind the stumps, but no outside edge involved. Yeah, some have suggested that under light circumstances like this, you switch from a red ball to a white ball. The trouble with that is that you've got the wrong coloured sight screens.
Yeah, I think the ground staff would be against that idea, wouldn't they? We'll just have to take sight screens away, full stop, do what we do in the park and just play without them.
Yeah, here's Porter in and bowls, and there'll be a run here for Goldsworthy. Might even be 2 runs as the subfielder comes across to do the fielding. 93 for 7, so Somerset 88 ahead. Not sure how much fight Somerset are going to show. They're assured now of 3rd place in Division 1 with the defeat of Warwickshire. So and it looks very much as if Surrey are going to win down at the Utilita Bowl as Leach plays this into the offside. So Somerset haven't really got anything to play for. They can't get 2nd if Surrey are going to win, and they can't lose 3rd.
Yeah, all of a sudden, from a first final round that started with virtually 9 teams in the league playing for something, all of a sudden everything's sorted apart from well, it's all over apart from the last wicket down at Hampshire. And yeah, I suppose we were running through the scorecard just before you came back on, and Brad Wheel is currently doing his best Jack Leach impression. Is yet to score off the 22 balls he's faced so far, so he's doing his best to emulate the man that's out in the middle here, and his famous heroics. But yeah, as you say, everything's done and dusted. Nottinghamshire have popped the champagne corks and are already celebrating. Sorry, look like they're going to wrap up that win that will most likely relegate Hampshire, depending on what happens at Yorkshire Durham game over the next day.
It's hard to see that reaching a conclusion,
but a draw, isn't it?
Well, both sides would be perfectly happy with the draw. So
Yeah.
draw is probably the likeliest outcome, as this is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy. This might, no, I think they'll settle just for the 1. They do indeed. 95 for 7. From a purely narrow, selfish point of view, I'd rather that Hampshire didn't go down, because it's a lot nearer Somerset to go to Southampton than it is to go to Chester Street. But,
I echo your sentiments there. We have to go to both of those, and to Taunton. So we've done most of the corners of the country this year with the women's team here at Essex.
Yeah. Here's Porter to Leach. Ooh, he's going to be a run out. There is a run out, and Leach has gone. Oh, that's completely brainless. Leach decided there might be a single there. There never was a single there. I don't know what on earth he was thinking of, Jack Leach. He went wandering down the pitch. He was sent back by Lewis Goldsworthy. Couldn't get back in time. And the easiest of run-outs. He looked at his batting partner, who showed no inclination of coming at all. And then having looked at him, then he carried on his way.
I'm not sure Goldsworthy left his crease there, but yeah, you said earlier they probably want to be on the M4 and M5 sooner rather than later now. There's the season's come to its conclusion, and well, or either that or a good Friday night in Chelmsford. Could be worse places to spend your Friday night. And I'm sure they might be going for a couple, regardless of the outcome here, knowing that both teams have kind of wrapped up what they can play for this year. But yeah, no, probably not the best decision that's ever been made by Jack Leach in his career. Having just talked about the rearguard effort that he's famous for, that wasn't his.
What I couldn't understand
greatest.
was why he went down, 3 or 4 steps down the pitch, looked at his batting partner, who, as you said, Danny, was rooted to his crease, and then having looked, he then went on.
Yeah, I think, and I can say this from experience, that there's this split second when you know you've made that poor decision, where you really hope that your mate might just bail you out by taking the hit. But I can also say, as experience from someone who isn't batting particularly high up the order, that it should be you that takes the hit. So once you've realised that they're not moving, you have to pick yourself back up again and get back to the changing room. But yeah, we've seen a bowling change here. Having seen how effective it's been with the seamers acting in tandem, we've got Simon Harmer coming back on.
Do you think the umpires may have said something that to Tom
Yeah,
Wesley. You need to, you've got to bowl the spinners, or we'll have to go off a bad light.
It's always hard to tell. We were probably watching the wicket change, weren't we, rather than when any conversations went on. Like Essex will turn to Simon Harmer at many times in a game, so it's not unusual to see him pick the ball up. I guess we'll find out if Jamie Porter, who has been the bowler that's brought the most threat in that partnership between him and Bennett, if he picks the ball up again from the Graham Gooch end at the end of this over. But you also sometimes want to just get the spinners out there and see if you can get something out of the wicket, don't you? So
Charlie Addison's gone and got the helmet and is sprinting back out to the middle to go and field that forward short leg. Lewis Gregory has come out to bat for Somerset, as Harmer is in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who drives nicely, but it's very well fielded at deepish mid-off by Charlie Bennett. Harmer to Goldsworthy, who plays this up the offside of the pitch. Field is relatively spread. We've got long on, deep mid-wicket, long leg and a deep cover out, as if Essex are expecting Goldsworthy to go for his shots. Goldsworthy just strokes this into the offside, and again there was a hesitation, misfield. Fortunately, from the Somerset point of view, by Mackenzie Smith, the sub-fielder. It probably was a single there, but that moment's hesitation just brought the run out into the equation. Goldsworthy on to 19 to go with his century in the first innings. Harmer to Gregory, who's forward playing that defensively. But it looks like another downbeat end to the season for Somerset. They lost to Hampshire in the last game of last season, when they had been in second place, lost to Hampshire, went down to third. And it looks like, well, it will be definitely third place this season, as we can see Gregory took his bottom hand off the bat there as he played that shot through mid-wicket for a single that hurt. He's just holding his right hand. He can bowl perfectly well with it, but it's the jarring of the bat that causes the pain. As Harmer bowls, and that is the end of Lewis Goldsworthy. Clean bowl by Simon Harmer, as he went back to make room to play that away through the offside, and he clean bowled, and that's the 9th Somerset wicket, and they're going down in a heap, a pretty undistinguished heap as well. 97 for 9, Goldsworthy gone. Bowled Harmer for 19.
And it's one of the challenges you were just talking about, Lewis Gregory's wrist, weren't you? And you want to try and protect him. Last ball of the over looked like he was just trying to work it behind square on the offside to try and get that single, so that Lewis Gregory didn't have to face the next over, and it didn't work that way. Now, this might answer our question, because we're seeing a change of bowling at the far end, which means that the form man in Jamie Porter, who surely would like to be bowling at a you don't really want to bowl at Lewis Gregory most of the time, but an injured Lewis Gregory you probably want to bowl at, and Jake Ball is your number 11. The only way you're taking the ball out of Jamie Porter's hands right now is if the umpires have told you can only bowl spin, and I'm not sure how it tends to work, but if this 10th wicket falls quickly, how quickly will Somerset want to come out, knowing that they're not able to bowl their seamers at the start of the innings? So let's see how this plays out. 23
overs remaining in the day's play, so it's not inconceivable that this could end today, which didn't seem at all likely this morning.
Yeah, I thought I was being slightly flippant when I said it to Victoria when we were talking earlier, that if you can pick up a couple of wickets, you never know where you might get to. But like you say, it's sometimes it's such hard work for these guys to play over, not just over 4 days, but over the last 6+ months that they've been working so hard and toiling so hard and putting themselves through so much. You get to that point where actually everything is sorted. Like, happy hour down in the town centre is a bit more attractive, maybe.
Well, it's Matt Critchley to bowl his leg breaks and googlies, and he's bowling them at Lewis Gregory with the field spread. Just Dean Elgar at slip as Critchley's in and bowls to Gregory, who will pick up a single down to short fine leg, shy at the stumps from Charlie Bennett, but well backed up by Jake Ball, who would have been safely home even if that throw had hit the stumps. 98 for 9. So as things stand, Essex would need 94 to win. And, well, we won't be here much after lunchtime tomorrow, which means I'll be driving back to Taunton around the M25 just about the worst possible time of day.
Well, the only plus side might be that everyone might be watching the England women's rugby final
that's
around
true.
about that time. So
Yeah.
hopefully everyone's glued to their TV or at Twickenham watching that, and you might get a free run. But
Critchley bowls and dead bat defensive shot from Jake Ball.
Charlie Allison puts the helmet back on and comes in at short leg. Pressure being applied to Jake Ball here.
Critchley bowls and Ball again. Back on his stumps, keeping that one out.
A reminder that if we do get to the stage where there's play tomorrow, it's free entry, which is fantastic for those in the local area to pop down and hopefully see an exciting first session at least.
That's driven into the offside, fielded by Simon Harmer. That's that contingent of Somerset supporters on the far side of the ground, just under the sign that says Graham Goochen. There's a full toss, which Jake Ball misses out on. They must be pretty disheartened with what's happened here this afternoon. Somerset had the opportunity to set up a bit of a game, but wickets have fallen at depressingly regular intervals. Critchley bowls, and this is slashed away through the offside by Jake Ball, just for a single, but he's off the mark. Somerset onto 99 for 9, and Jake Ball will keep the strike, and he's going to have Simon Harmer to face.
Yeah, it was almost a one innings game, wasn't it? Once both teams finished the first innings with very little between them. But whether it's the conditions, whether it's the stage of the season, the pitch is favoured the bowlers, but it doesn't look like it's been so far in their favour that we should be staring at 99 for 9.
Are we going off? No, we're not. No, we're not. The umpires had a long chat there. Yes, I agree with you. It's I don't think the pitch has been playing any particular tricks. I don't think Essex batted very well this morning, and Somerset have batted very badly this afternoon. Against some decent bowling from both sides. Jamie Porter and Craig Overton, the outstanding performers with the ball. But it's Harmer then to Ball. Back on his stumps, playing that defensively. Simon Harmer turning one out of the bowler's footmarks to bowl Lewis Gregory. Lewis Goldsworthy, Harmer in and bowls, and Ball warily forward. They're just hanging his bat out in the hope that the ball might make contact with it. Harmer to Ball.
And bowled here.
That's the end of that. Somerset bowled out for 99. Well, pretty dismal performance with the bat from Somerset. It means that Essex will need 95 to win, and assuming that play is allowed to resume, they will have 21 less 2, 19 overs in which to score 95 runs. That's light permitting. What do you reckon,
It's
Danny?
probably it's the biggest question, isn't it? They've obviously asked Essex in the last 15 minutes to bowl their spinners. Will Somerset be asked to come out and open the bowling with their spinners? Will they want to come out and open the bowling with
I think they would.
with their spinners? Yeah. I suppose. So yeah, if it's a spin-only game, like it could be entertaining for us. Like they've not taken the players off as yet. The ground staff are out there preparing as if we're going back out for another innings. So
good round of applause
Here we
from
go.
the Essex faithful as it's Jamie Porter. No, it isn't. It's Tom Wesley who leads them off, but Jamie Porter coming in after his skipper, having taken those, what was it, 4 for 13, something like that.
yeah, smashed the game open, didn't he? A couple of overs into this session, and yeah, it's giving Essex the platform now to hopefully go out there and complete their run chase, finish the season on a high for the fans that have stuck around. There's a lot of jackets out there at the moment. There's a few woolly hats.
And both the umpires are out there brandishing light meters, I think. But common sense would seem to dictate. I mean, nobody really wants to come back here tomorrow. I'm quite sure the Somerset players don't want to come back here tomorrow. Likewise, the Essex players. But anyway, we will see. Somerset bowled out for 99. Essex will need 95 to win, and if there is any more play, we will bring it to you.